Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you here. Good morning, Blood Orange. It is indeed opiate time. Good morning, Boy Temper. Good to see you. 3,069 pills already. Huh. I need to start making more enticing, cheaper rewards to make you want to spend. But let's see. Today we're going to be diving into Sorry We're Closed, an indie game that I've been looking forward to for a while, and I only just realized had released a little bit ago. And so it is perfectly downloaded and should actually all be hooked up and ready to rumble if I can just get it to boot again. Boop. Eva, good to see you, darling. Okay. OBS should be picking up the game. Here we go. Haha. It's thinking. Don't worry, it's thinking. Huh. For a game that in sum total is less than 2 gigs, that took a while to load the main menu. Here we go. Now we can adjust the sound proper. Actually, this seems pretty good so far. Yes, welcome in, Eva. Good to see you. Damn, this art. No, for real. Look at the... This is beautiful. Hello, Anshin. I'm actually looking at this. For a moment, I thought this might have been a shot of an in-game model with some things on top of it, but you can see here there's some actual like blending done along the lips. So this was probably just made from scratch. Very beautiful. Yeah, the sound is pretty something. All right, I've already done my fucking with the settings already, chat. So we're just gonna get right in there with a new game. So excited. Bedford is an insane artist. I simmed for 10 years already, I think. Thank you so much for supporting the release of Sorry We're Closed. This is our debut indie title, and we hope you enjoy what we've created. Tom and CB. So excited. So thrilled to be supporting the gays. The queers deserve Dove money. Oh, this is what a strong first shot. Epiphany Oxblood? God damn, that's a fucking awesome name. God. Do you see this? Do you see this face here? I don't have a cursor to gesture with, but do you see this face? Gorgeous. Okay, Epiphany Oxblood. I can't do this anymore. Canary Rouge. I love OCs. Supporting the gays is why I'm watching this stream. That's right, Anshin. I'm not asking anything of you. Exactly. You ask for nothing. You want nothing. Is that so bad? Your work life is full of chaos. Day in and day out, I'd rather not let that flood into our love life too. Oh, the girlies are breaking up. What love life? You comply with everything I say. It's like I'm dating myself. I need someone who wants to be present with me. Someone who really wants to be here. Show me your willingness to live. Show me your fiery side. Daryl? Okay. Epiphany Oxblood exists in the same world as this fuckboy named Daryl. I think I saw this whore in fucking Fortnite. It's been 30 seconds and there's lesbian drama. Hell yeah. Lesbians can't go 30 seconds without making drama, but they also can't go 30 seconds without making really cool queer indie games. I don't want to assume the creators are lesbians. I don't know anything about them, but it just feels right. Hey. Hey. Whore? Why are your boobs out like that? Why is one of them got a dent? Don't you listen when people speak to you? I'm giving a live retelling of those painful story of my life. Oakley turned down my proposal again. It's making me feel like I'll die alone. I mean, there's got to be some way to convince him, right? Oh, look at that character art right there. I love Michelle's like talk sprite and her model. Like, incredible work. Oh man, I'm thinking, okay, my voice inspiration for voicing Michelle, because I presume we're gonna be voicing Michelle a lot, is when I was a kid I played the Lego Island video games, and it starts with like the inciting incident is you're like delivering pizzas and some shit goes wrong, and you deliver pizzas to like this girl and she is like, hunger over, and that's what I'm sort of feeling here for Michelle. That'll be 546. Can you imagine being that lonely? Lonely enough to die alone with no one else there. 546, please. You know, sometimes saying nothing is more telling than saying anything. It's 546, the total, all this stuff. We get voice acting all for free, woof. Yeah, I heard ya. Try to enjoy yourself while you can. What was that little moan noise? It's late. I should lock up. Oh! Ah! Do you hear that? Do you see this pause screen? Oh! Oh! Oh, this is hypnotic. Okay. The dog bark sample, what the fuck? Oh man, this game is pimpin'. Okay, so I've got WASD keys that are camera relative. Oakley. Goodness, Michelle. Why aren't you home already? I literally just came off my shift. Baby girl, you've got to get out of these streets. You don't want to be snatched up like those other unfortunates. Could be a wild night if I were, though. Michelle's a freak! We love it! Surely you're in danger hanging out around here, too. A little bit. I'm waiting for Daryl to come back with the car and pick me up. If something were to happen to me, I know Daryl would raise hell to get me back. Being by his side is the safest place to be. It must be nice having someone to look after you. Don't get me wrong, Daryl would do anything for me, and I mean anything. But he still needs to work on himself a bit. You're right, though. It's nice. As far as I can tell, you still don't have anyone to look after you. You need to watch your back. I've seen your horoscope, baby, and it's not looking good. There's a storm brewing, and the stars say you'll be caught right in the middle of it. Go home, Michelle. Wow. The writing here is already doing good. Okay. So they've already framed for me to go this way. Whoa, that's a design! Oh yeah, look at that! Hey, Michelle! I can't believe how much I've sold today. Seems like everyone is shopping so much earlier now. With all the extra sales I made this morning, I think it's safe to shut the shop early. I'm planning to meet up with someone. Don't tell my manager, alright? I'm still hoping for that raise. You and me both, Marty. Shouldn't you be heading home instead? Oh, dude, for sure. You never know what's going to happen around here these days. I got a feeling that all this bad juju has something to do with demons. Great. There's already so much charisma. So much charisma in this game. That little camera shift, the beat. I think Michelle's kind of a skeptic. I think Michelle's kind of a hater. Do you really believe in that stuff? My studies have led me to this conclusion. I don't make this claim lightly. If so many people are going missing, where are they going? Think about it, Michelle. A couple of years ago, you would have blamed it on aliens. That was when I was young and naive. I've grown, Michelle. I'll have evidence to support my claims soon enough. Tonight, even. What's that supposed to mean? The person I'm meeting with is the very one I've been trading demonic artifacts with online. Marty is the best OC anyone has ever had. Is that safe? Oh yeah, totally. They're legit. They're going to be in town for a few days. They might even have something to fix your cursed love life. Marty! What? Your life is totally going through some serious yowza moments. They might even have something that can help you. You know, figure things out. That's all I'm saying. I'm so nervous. I hope they'll be impressed with what I've got. Marty's hilarious. Marty's the best character in this game so far. The local record shop. Marty works here, and it's Robin's favorite place to kill time. It's closed right now. Hey, so I want to point out something that's really, like, good. Undertale really made this popular, but, like, it's hard. It is hard fucking work to do this. And it's this. Watch the way that this text enters the dialogue box. Like, watch the rhythm. Right? Do you see that? So I did not press any buttons throughout that text appearing in the box. It has its own like built-in pace where like it'll do a sentence, then pause, then do a little bit, and then pause and pause. The text appears at a set pace to match the rhythm of speech and sort of unconsciously like make you voice it in your head, which is, I love when games do this. Stacy runs the shop. She sells beautiful dresses that I usually can't afford. Violet. Sorry, I'm closing up for the night. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Sorry, I just immediately felt like this one is kind of bimbo-ish. What do you sell? Cakes, sandwiches, pain au chocolat. I've only just set up shop here, but it's been going great. I've even snagged some faithful customers from Oakley's Diner. It's chained shut. It's a normal post box. God, the mixing on this track. Daryl's bar. It's locked and I can't hear any music. It's usually open late. No. Okay, so there's no save in the menu. There are probably like save points you need to find. Because this, I believe this is a survival horror. Larry's news kiosk. He must have gone home already. Alien dance? Oh, you, were you trying to do the little dude busting a move?
You have reached the operator. How can I help?
Okay, phone booths are how you save. Oh! Look at that! Whore, 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 whore! Hey, would you like to save? Whore! Whore! Yeah, you can put it in slot 1, babe. He can put it in whatever slot he wants. I know someone with earrings like that. Nice. Yeah, earrings like this. Yeah, the fucking teeth earrings. God. Great, great, great. You know, the soundscape here and the way this looks is... It reminds me of playing Bloodlines. VTM Bloodlines. Just a little bit. The nighttime street punk. Oh, there's something here. There. Oh. Hey, Lucy. I know this bitch's name is Lucy, but I look at her and I see a bitch named Jessica Fucksworthy with 7 X's. And that's a joke for one of you. Only one of you gets that joke. Lucy had nothing to say to us. She doesn't get the joke. So this door is cracked, makes me think I'm supposed to go that way, so let's interact with everything else first. What's this? I hope this underground station reopens. It's been closed for some time. The roadworks around here are endless. God. I don't think I'll be coming back out tonight. All right. Let's go. Let's get in there. God, I love indie games with their like broad cast of like really interesting characters. The resident of number 9 is either very popular or doesn't care about collecting their post. Still nothing for me. Will she ever write me back? So Michelle here has been dumped for being a little too easy to push around, for not standing up for herself, even in a relationship with someone that she cares about. And because I already trust these writers with my life, I know that this is going to be a game about learning to put her foot down and speak for herself.
Oh no.
Don't be so mean. Don't you have a heart? You can't just ban me. Oh no, Clarissa got banned on Twitch. Yeah, I actually can. I'm running a business. After your last whatever that was at my bar, I need to show some authority. Please, you have to let me go back. I love working there. I feel so empty without a drink in my hand and loud music thumping to the beat of my heart. Seriously, stop. You're flicking snot all over my chest. Stop talking about your hot chest. I don't have a heart, but I do have a wallet. The ban won't be permanent. You're a valued employee, after all. Just less valued than my customers you disturbed. Don't show up tonight.
Oh no.
Tonight? I was meant to debut my new dance routine. Yeah, well, do it tomorrow. We're not even open tomorrow. Don't you know how to run a business? Yeah, which is why I don't want you around. Get her ass. I've got personal engagements to attend. Just show up once the bar is open again. Got it? Ugh, that's not for 2 days. It's no wonder we're losing regulars left and right. Okay, they're blocking off that zone. I can't get in there. They keep on introducing more Blorbos.
Ah.
I can't believe the two of them are shouting in the halls at this hour. This hour? It's early in the evening. Don't you enjoy the buzz of the nightlife? Funny that. I retired from the nightlife buzz enjoyer position a few minutes ago. This face looking down at the camera. This game's full of hotties. How about you? Have you jump-started your social life yet? Whatever's left of it? Nope, can't be bothered. Michelle, it's been 3 years. Oh, I thought it was fresh! You've got to let her go. She ain't coming back. Join me for drinks on the roof in a minute? No, thanks. I've had a weird day today. It's time to hit the bed and put it behind me. You can put her behind you too, while you're at it. Why are you still staring at me? Did you forget where you live or something? With all the walking, it's hard to forget I'm up on the top floor. Robin lives here. The optimal location. So many fucking awesome little characters. I just love indie games that like have it's a cluster of eccentrics. I wish I lived on this floor instead. Gotta keep climbing. I should sleep in my own room. It's just that easy. Ryu was first, idiots! Idiots! Welcome in, Ryu, and thanks for trouncing these losers. No one's in. Just as well. I don't want to sleep in their bed anyway. I don't live on this floor, and I don't live in this room. Michelle's pissed that I'm just fucking knocking on every door. Breaking and entering isn't one of my life goals. How's it going, gang? LMAO? Yeah, you got him. You fucking got him. And now, as punishment, I'm sending them to ad jail. One starts in about 1 minute. So we're actually going to go on break, and I'll see you guys in about that long. And we'll be right back to Sorry We're Closed. But for now, sorry we're advertising. All right. Welcome back. Perfect. Okay, so it seems like OBS is the correct one to track with regards to if ads are playing. You gave a praise redeem? Yes. If you want, you can spend 10,000 doses to force me at gunpoint to say something nice about you in front of the world and all the gods. Or for half the price, you can make me strip naked, because that's how I rank those in terms of value. Also, congrats on affiliate. Thank you, Ryu. It's good to finally be able to reward people for their devotion to me. It takes 31 hours to get the praise redeem. All right, Blood Orange, I'm happy to hear you asking for me to increase the price. Drop a comment like that again and I'll triple it, okay, babe? Anyway, let's get back to Sorry We're Closed, because right now we're open. This room absolutely reeks. I gag every time I walk by. With all the fucking like letters and shit on the floor. This is a plot device room right here. This place isn't mine. I'm on the next floor. I'm not going for it, so yeah, do it. Really? Dead body, dead body. Absolutely a dead body in there. Are you kidding? The door is locked. Not that I want to go in or anything. The guy who lives here seems nice enough. Finally, my luxurious abode. Conveniently, apartment number 13. Can I go this way? I hear this neighbor all the time, but never see them. I'm building Monopoly of points here, Jack. Can't fret over every redeem option. Why? I wonder what you're doing then. Me and Robin hang out on the roof every now and again. I don't feel like doing that right now. So this is the interesting. Michelle's been out of a relationship for 3 years with fucking Epiphany Oxblood. Was dumped by Epiphany 3 years ago, and I too would be hung up about it if a bitch named Epiphany said I wasn't worth it. But now is talking about talking to Robin, who's saying move on, Michelle, and hanging out with Robin on the roof. And I'm thinking that like Robin and Michelle might be like a ship that happens, if I'm being a predictive reader. Yeah, let's go in. Almost time for bed. Three years. Has it really been that long? So who the heck is Canary? I would imagine that Canary might be Michelle's name. Cause like this feels like a I dyed my hair after getting dumped and changed my name moment. Cause clearly Michelle's not good about being dumped. Yes, I do think they are the same character. I'm not like that's what this reads as to me. Because otherwise I have no reason to suspect that Michelle was dumped by Epiphany, right? Because Epiphany and Canary were in a bespoke separate scene. And Michelle just says she was dumped, not by who. So if Michelle and Canary are not the same person, I have no reason to believe that Michelle used to date Epiphany. Mir, good morning. An Inspector Calls reference. I don't know what that is, babe. Yes, Mir, good to see you. We're playing Sorry We're Closed. This game, I'm 30 minutes into this game, and it's one of the strongest video games I've touched all year. Like, already, in terms of style and personality, it's right up there with mouthwashing. So fucking good. My wardrobe could do with an update. I don't know, girly pop. You're kind of slaying right now. Look at this awesome design real fast. Can't really get a great shot, but look at this awesome design real fast. So the shorts slash skirt. Can't really tell exactly at this distance. And the shoes have the same sort of color and shine and material. And those shoes are topped with a cool like greenish color. And then we go up to the hair, which has like a cool blue color. And so like it sort of repeats this idea of like a cool and then the dark black purple, cool dark black purple. And the white shirt and like the pale legs sort of like match that idea. So it's like a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then this big, awesome pink coat. To play, don't recommend it. Just A Christmas Carol, but British. Or adding more British to A Christmas Carol, I feel like would reach a point of critical mass that would cause detonations in the Anglosphere. I hate doing dishes. Me too. Ugh. I always forget to empty the trash. Girly Pop has ADHD. I relate. Not much going on here. I'm not hungry anyway. Ooh. Alright, let's talk about this broken mirror. I didn't react well when she called to say it was over. I'll have to replace this someday. Okay, so now we're leaning more towards Epiphany Oxblood and Canary Rouge are different characters and Michelle has nothing to do with them because Michelle was apparently dumped over her phone, whereas the scene we saw was 2 people talking in person. So what they're doing right now is they're setting up a parallel. Good music to cry to. No name, no story. She gifted this to me. The face is slightly crooked, a premonition of our relationship. That's a bit much. A bit of light entertainment. Got it, yeah, no. Gotta have that bedside equipment. Hey, what's with the... Hold on. Do you see that on the poster? That's Epiphany Oxblood. If I got broken up with over the phone, I think I'd go batshit. Hey, Michelle did. Broke a mirror. Look, that's Epiphany on the wall. So now I'm wondering if, like, what we saw was a scene from a show. Gross. I should clean this up. Can't believe my favorite band, Fish Fight, is breaking up. I hate breakups. They ruin everything. Oh, we got a menu. Is Epiphany a celebrity? That's my guess, or like a character in a show. Because that poster looked like Yaoi to me. Even though this is a game that's very Yuri forward. Okay. Recovery items. Okay, we got healing. Forgot to watch these this morning. Equipment. Logbook. A big book of hopes and dreams. It helps me recall what's happened so far. Okay, let's check that out in a minute. Oh, Canary's a fictional character Michelle is relating to. Yeah, that's my pitch. Prologue. Okay. Wait, so hold on. This is the logbook. If I click it, it just takes me there. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so we're in the prologue now. The game's sorted into chapters, and then we can... Okay, cool. And then there's more over there? No, okay, this is... Who dumped her that she's still messed up after 3 years? Hey, if we're going with this theory that Epiphany Oxblood and Canary Rouge are characters from a show that Michelle is relating to, and she sees herself as Canary, then whoever dumped her was someone she relates to Epiphany Oxblood. And again, if someone named Epiphany Oxblood or had the sort of energy like that dumped me, I would self-immolate. Mahatma Gandhi style. I don't know if Gandhi did that. Hold on. Whatever. You get the idea. Okay. Do we have one per character? I think so. Oh, hey, there it is. There it is. Look at that. Dying Petals, episode 358. Epiphany Oxblood begs Canary Rouge to show some passion for their relationship. Show me your willingness to live. Show me your fiery side. So it's a show. We figured it out. We predicted it. It's a show. Solved. Puzzle solved. Okay. So, Robin, life advice. Robin encourages Michelle to move on from her ex. The breakup was 3 years ago. Robin offers to share drinks on the roof with Michelle, but she turns him down. Robin's a them. Got it. Michelle, it's been 3 years. You have to let her go. She ain't coming back. Daryl banned Clisser from dancing at his bar tonight. He has personal engagements to deal with and won't be opening the bar tomorrow. Clisser complains that Daryl isn't running the bar as well, and they are losing customers. Okay, cool. Demons at play. Marty says there are demons. Marty's a he, him. No wonder I like him so much. As he plans to meet an artifact dealer he's been trading with online. Okay. Star signs. Oh yeah, that's right. Oakley said that the stars said that Michelle was fucked. And Daryl keeps on proposing and getting turned down but not dumped. Show me your willingness to live. I swear I've seen that in Goro before. I mean, isn't that Jigsaw's whole thing? I'd like to play a game. Show me you want to live. And then how Jigsaw talks. How's my Jigsaw impression, guys? Subvertebra's rating at the party of 4. Hey, what's up, gang? Hello, Vare and Co. We're playing Sorry We're Closed right now. Good to see you. Everybody who hasn't already, I recommend you go follow Subvertebra. Dude fucking rules. Fucking clever ass dude. Eloquent, precise, strongly opinionated. Hi. Yeah, it's good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. For the raiders in the audience, my name is Dove Bleedingheart. I carry the heart of Astaroth and I'm his #1 squeeze. I will be the new sun to your world. But for now, just give me your fucking blood already, idiot. Exciting. It's still on my 2 stream list, but I see you're enjoying it, which is great endorsement. Oh yeah, Ver. I understand then if you want to bail before you get spoiled in too much. We're only in the prologue right now. But this is oozing art and charisma and zhuzh. It has so many minor and major details that scream passion project. It really gives one hope for the state of the arts in the current climate for artists online. It's right up there with Mouthwashing in terms of like really fucking strong character forward indie game of the season. And so thank you so much for rating in, and we're just gonna get chewing back on it. I haggled with some old man for this. He was trying to sell it to me as beautiful but cheap painting. We got into a long-winded debate about how cheap was relative. Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to playing. I'm gonna lurk to go help build a PC. Have fun. You have fun too, Ver. Thank you for the lurk and the raid. Mwah! Idiot. There's nothing of value here. What the fuck was that? Tasty. Oh, I hit drink instead of interact. Okay, so water never tasted so good. So just sipping water seems to be a heal, I think. I'd love to have a relaxing bath, but I really need to scrub the tub, so I'll do it next week. Okay, not just ADHD. Bitch is depressoed. My leafy friend. I want the lamp. No thoughts about the lamp. There's a few coffee rings on it, but it's still a fantastic piece of furniture. Okay, I think let's do these dishes. Okay, so I have to go, this is one of those games where you have to go in the inventory and select an item to use. I can put these in the sink for now and worry about cleaning them later. I'll wash these in the morning. No, you won't. Girly, no, you won't. I know your mental state right now. You're not gonna wash those. I'll sleep more easily now that the room is tidier. Emphasis on Maybe tomorrow will be a little less gloomy. I hope so. This is weird. I sense myself inside my body, but I'm not actually awake yet. I feel, I don't know, heavy. Holy shit, what was that? Imagine being able to wash dishes, couldn't be me. I can tell. Sleep paralysis demons? Is this the game where you get to fuck your sleep paralysis demon? Is that the game? I do not remember leaving my door open. Holy shit, is someone here? I don't hear anything or see anything. I still can't move. Hey, this is sleep paralysis. Hello? There's no way I would fall asleep with my door open and unlocked. I might be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Oh man, what if I'm totally not dreaming though? No, 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 no. I can't be having this. Hey! Hello, hello! What the fuck? Oh my god, I still can't move! If I just pretend to sleep, maybe it will leave me alone. Maybe. Well, that's how I look IRL, if you even care. Anshin, we didn't exactly rig the animation, but suddenly I'm twirling my hair. Hey, pal. I don't think Michelle has the power to keep her eyes closed. I have a beautiful opportunity for you. Wow. This rules. This rules. Hands off Anshin, all mine. Okay. All right. Who's this tall drink of water? We're about to find out, Aspen. Eva, if you want to jealously protect that which is yours, I will meet thee on the battlefield. You will taste a solar flare, and if you remain standing afterwards, you can keep that which is yours. But if you crumble to dust, all that is yours is mine, including you. Anyway, we have some lovely suitor to meet. I'm quite excited. Would you like to know what it is? I think it's time to scream. Ah! You are right. Love is terrifying. It is never certain when it will end. Although you would never have to worry with me. My love, much like myself, is endless. Your loneliness calls out to me. You ache to accept my proposal, yes? Absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? Oh Lord Jesus, this is it, isn't it? This is the most Dove dialogue. Yeah, no, I talk like this all the time. I'm disappointed with your repulsion. I thought you would be the one. I thought you would understand. You suffer from a lack of perspective. I'll give you time. If you won't decide now, you will decide later. You simply need time. Ooh! You will see. Oh, man. Oh, shit! Carved a third eye into the bitch? I stand no chance versus the demons, no chance at all. Hey, that's why I'm the way I am. Pog. Pog. Pog for third eye. Everyone pog in chat for a third eye. Hey, can you see this? Can't you see him standing here? Pog, pog, pog. Good chatters. There's plenty of room for me to go by. Excuse me. I'm contemplating. It's bad luck to let a chick pass you on the stairs while one contemplating, and I don't like messing around with my luck. That is bad luck, famously. Back off. Okay, so I'm supposed to go up. So Michelle conspicuously has a design such that the hair can cover her third eye. Ooh. The flower boss himself, Darrell. Is the door different? That nightmare must have shaken me pretty badly. Robinoff hangs on the roof. Maybe they left the door open. Let's fucking roll. What? I thought... Am I still dreaming? I suppose I can kill time here until I wake up. We fell down a hole, Silent Hill 2 style. Let's check if that was a smooth transition to, No, we're still in the prologue. So this is kind of reminding me of Cry of Fear somehow. Oh, you know, a little bit. Falling into like an ornate room and having it be like a very solo femme kind of horror. It's a little bit Cry of Fear. No, I'm thinking of Clock Tower. No, Cry of Fear is... The Cry of Fear energy is coming from sort of the camera angles and the sort of general PSX kind of look, huh? Poor Teddy. It's about time I got rid of him anyway. No! Keep the bear. See, this feels to me like an Alice in Wonderland type game. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I've never had such vivid imagery in my sleep before. I wonder if I'll be able to recall any of this when I wake up. No, I want to look at that again. That's good. What does this remind me of? My favorite art of theirs. You've seen this one before? Okay, again, I don't know these artists outside of this game. I just ate a bagel. Should I eat a second bagel? Open your third eye and we'll see. C. Bedford. Yeah, this game was made by C. Bedford. I don't know anything about C. Bedford aside from they made this game. With others, mind you. Yes, it's a real art. I can find the link if you want. Yeah, Eva, I would appreciate you sending that to me. Because I would imagine this looks fucking banger in a higher res. I never learned to play. A lot of BDSM themed androgynous angels and stuff. Hey, that's a good beat. That's a good beat to fucking hammer on. I guess we'll have to take the trash out now. The bed must have cushioned my fall somehow. In reality, I must still be lying on it, sound asleep. I don't think I'll be able to climb out of here. Rock solid. Did Bedford also do these medallions up on these portraits? They're gorgeous. Actually, wait, that one on the left I think I have seen before, so maybe Bedford's art has passed my skyline before. Wow, 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 wow. Hey, that's gay, that's fruity, that's horny. This creature in this painting looks familiar. This rug is a bit damp. That's a rug? No, this is the rug. Okay. Okay, let's see. I can't look at what this is. Oh, there's probably just like a planter. Pile of letters. I can't understand the writing, but it looks like they're all from the same sender. I just heard a ping that I'm going to assume was you, Eva. Thank you very much. You are a good dog. Oh, a creature. Excellent. I'll talk to that in a second. All right, operator. Oh, we can chat with the operator. That's cool as hell. Sure thing, sweetness. Yeah, okay, so here's that hot demon again. All right, let's chat with the operator. Hello? Hello, Michelle. How are you liking your visit here? I'm ready to wake up now. Wake up? Oh, darling, there's no waking up from this. I do have confidence that you'll overcome your obstacles, though. Good luck. Thanks. What would you like to do? Later. This reminds me of the setting of Phantasm. That also sounds good. The way it's vaguely hotel-ish. I haven't heard of this Phantasm beat. You'll have to put me on that lead, Blood Orange. Is it a game? If it's a game, I might stream it if it has this kind of vibe. Dream Eater. Welcome, Michelle. At last, we finally meet. Such a small being capable of such devastating impact. Devastating? You have a journey ahead of you, Michelle. You will make rippling impacts that only you can control, some less savory than others, I admit. The Way It's Vaguely Hotelish is a batshit horror movie series. Okay, so maybe not stream it then. Who are you? I am the Dream Eater. Dreams are the insight of the future, the present, and the past. It is also where I make contact with all else. Dreams reveal the heart of a being, and the choices they are likely to make. How else may I be of assistance? What is this place? This palace is my residence, guarded from the outside. My home is not unlike a prison, a vestibule between your world and the darkness. Visitors are unusual and rare. You're a special guest, with a fate unlike most. How else may I be of assistance? Looks like we have an ad break coming in about 20 seconds, so we'll get our third piece of data from Dream Eater afterwards. See you in a bit. Oh shit, I have to exit the chat first to... fuck, okay, I'm gonna alt-tab out of this then. Okay, just made it. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the delay, had to handle something. Let's see, what did I even miss out on? Turning off the ad block for Dove. Worship. Excellent! Dobrze pies. Let's see here. Handling an issue won't be long. No, that was me who said that. Okay, oh, Anshin, I forgot you were Russian, that's cute. Twirling my hair again. Well, anyone seen anything decent recently? Myself in the mirror, how about you? Very good, got his ass. Started watching Arcane finally. Incredible show. Wish I had the stomach to watch it. Okay, I'm all caught up on chat. Let's see here. Right. So Dream Eater just asked, I wonder what you'll choose something. I was trying to like get out of the conversation to more easily switch into break mode. I think Michelle, in her current mental state that we've seen so far, wants to say love, but would choose destruction. Telling. I knew you were trouble dressed in hot pink. You're part of a world where your actions have consequences now. Don't act surprised if things become unkind to you. It's only an issue for people who don't believe what they're doing is right. I'll remove any obstacle in my way. You have a powerful sense of self and a strong resolve. It would be dangerous for you to remain here. OMG, I love this guy's design so much. Yeah, it's really strong. Like, I really want to get a closer look. I hope they let me. Please make yourself comfortable one last time. Enjoy the soft furnishings before we move onward. Trash bag bird. I believe there is a toggleable first-person mode. Is this true? Look. Fire reload. Third eye. Oh, no. Aha! It's not toggle, it's hold. Let's get a proper look at this dude. Yeah. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing like there's patterns on the back of this bird chick, and then like human hands sticking out of the belly. Really strong design. Trash bag bird looks kind of like a duck. Are you talking about Dove Anshin? Okay. Eva, maybe you're a bad dog. Maybe you're Zli. I'm gonna save again. Which means now I can look at this. Okay, it's like a centralized couch situation. Got it. Fucking solid. Oh, look at these swords. What? Look at these swords with like wings as guards. Oh, that fucks. All right, let's sit. Gorgeous. Well, I've sat. I've learned so much about you already. Join me in the library, will you? Look at this bullshit. Do you see this? I wouldn't be glad to be fucked by these swords, but I know people who will. Absolutely. Wow. What a strong space. There's a shiny artifact here. Mine. Got Angel of Hope. This looks valuable, I should hold on to it. You got it. The title of this book isn't easy to pronounce for me. Consanguinity. A shared origin does not equal a shared space. Long have we been forgotten by many of our cohorts since the Great Divide, but not by all who still sit in the air of glory. Regardless of what side one falls on, there remains a great yearning to reunite with those once in our company. Nevertheless, it is not meant to be so. Time spent with an opposing force brings those from light into darkness, and those in the darkness into further madness. Exciting on first encounter, but perils soon follow. I'm gonna actually get consanguinity back up here, right? So, with the subject matter that we're being shown, this is about angels and demons and like heaven and hell, but also this text is meant to be read as being about relationships. I think the game is being very strong and putting its themes on its sleeve here. The euphoria of NRE, new relationship energy, versus the absolute crushing despair of being trapped in a relationship that you didn't properly take the time to understand. I'm definitely not among those people, but because they don't know me. All right. Welcome to the library. I've not been in this room for a while, so please excuse the mess. I'd like to tidy up before we continue. Oh, look at that! The human leg coming out the back? I politely request that you do not touch that book. I must insist that you do not touch that book. I'll be back to touch that book. This book is labeled with the name Andrea Lee. I'll read one of the entries. Dream 753. Okay, Dream Eater would have dream journals. Her dreams contain a loose connection to the one I seek. A newsstand, a small shop with a red telephone box next to it, but the diner is yet to exist. I have found the location, but it is not the right time. The girl isn't here, not yet, but I'm getting closer. Oh, hey! That's the boy I saw in the fucking game art. I have a collection featuring this creature. I'm on the hunt for more pieces. Okay. This is fun. So the Dream Eater is in Bedford's head and likes this OC. I do too. This one's a slut. This book is labeled with the name Henry Brown. I'll read one of the entries. Due to interference from another demon presence, it is easier for me to infiltrate his nightly thoughts. I could see clearly into his consciousness this time. I'm close to what I seek, therefore I must intervene with more severity. It may be time to chow down. God, this is so strong. Sorry, I have not tidied that corner. Please do not go on. I am embarrassed about the clutter around the corner. Alright, fine. I retrieved this during a complicated era. The Great Divide. The Great Divide? I've never heard of it. A frightening fall that affected every being long before your time. Though, you won't have to worry about any such thing for yourself. I'll make sure of it. The floor is a bit slippery here. Because that's blood. Dream Eater is so cute. Yeah, I like Dream Eater. Very moe. Baku. The book here is called From the Darkness Reaching for the Divine. It is not unusual for the most powerful demons to seek redemption from the divine. They are the ones most pained by the divine's absence. Theories of collecting rare materials or abstract concepts remain the most popular attempts for demons seeking re-entry into the air of glory. Once again, they're establishing this sort of parallel of like, falling from grace is the same as being dumped. And getting back together is the demon's desire to return to heaven. Pretty interesting parallel they're setting up. This book is titled Common Afflictions for Those of the Demonic Persuasion. It doesn't roll off the tongue. I'll read one of the entries. Some demons report an everlasting chest pain, which they associate with desolation, lonesomeness, and the disconnect from the divine. Symptoms also include desperation, continual ringing of the ears, unending agitation, the feeling of the flesh being burned from inside out. Not to be confused with heartburn, a common, less painful, and acidic burn of the chest from eating vast amounts of human food. Page 337. Ugh. I like to eat a lot of really greasy food to make Astaroth get heartburn. He still hasn't figured out that it's me. I'd worry he's watching my streams, but he doesn't watch my streams. He's scared that he'll like them. Hello, handsome. This is the Watcher. Scholars have argued about the Watcher, about what the Watcher is actually watching. They do all agree that he died in a tragic cycling accident. Understandable. A before B is certainly not following Z. Wow, I love the sculpture face. Yeah, no, I want to hit, I would let him hit. I want to touch the book, gang. Oh, let me, I have that item. I want to examine it. Stone figure fashioned after an angelic creature. That's it? Okay. Stop. You will not touch that book. Stop. You will not touch that book. Let me fucking touch it. Fine, let me go in your dirty corner then. Idiot. No. You may not enter that area. Stop. No. He doesn't like me. Do you see? Like, hold on, let's get there. I love this. The leg sticking out too, just one human leg. It's like it looks like a person has been subsumed into him. God, so cool. Ahem. Please stay in the library whilst I am tidying the books. Okay, well, I don't know what to do here, pal. I'm waiting on you. LMNOT? Someone has been moving my books. We just gotta keep on... An illustrated guide to the underworld. Illustrated? No. This should be with my art books. Please follow me to the next room. Kind of looks like the duck part is sitting on a person and absorbing it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's fun that it gives you a perspective for every seat that you take. That's really good. Thank you for your patience. This place must seem strange to you. You won't have to worry much longer now. Will I get to go home soon? Please come through to the hall. This will be our final stop. Ooh, Nelly. What a stylish game. I'm so inspired. Yeah, this is really good creative juice. Do you see this face? Do you see this fucking face? This rules, dog. Oh, interesting. You can hit a... I wanted to hit F for like flashlight, but it makes you do a hard whip it. Oh! This is it. This is my chance. You have too much opportunity to alter the future. Things should remain as they are, unchanged. Forgive me or you must perish. Woo, Nelly! Oh, hey, babe. Oh no, it won't budge. Oh. Okay. Just a second. It's a little hard for me to see. Alright, that's better. Ooh. Oh, okay. We can take it. We can take a hit. Oof. Okay. We can juke. It won't budge. Alright, asshole. Oh man. Okay. Hold on, allow that. Dictionary definition, conservative bird. Amen. At least I want to honor the death dev. So hold on. You're saying that there's like a death that I can do? Is that it? All right, let it happen. Aw? Halt, Dream Eater. Curses. Fate has sent you help to escape this time, but I will find you again, Michelle. You must have a death wish, wandering the home of Dream Eater. Incredible to see you've survived this long. I shouldn't have left my post, but you're quite important, Michelle. I'll bring you back to safety. Alright, entering day 1. This is basically Five Nights at Freddy's. Entering night 1. So okay. It was out of this world, Lucy. It all felt so real. God, Lucy looks so fucking cool. Lucy looks like she could kick anyone's ass with a word. Well, I guess dreams don't interest you that much, do they? No one ever likes hearing about someone else's dream. I'll tell Robin about it, though. They would think it was pretty wild. Speaking of Robin, have you seen them? Oh, I'll bet they're at Culture Shock. They practically live there. And I double my bet that they're arguing with Marty about aliens, demons, or whatever supernatural phenomenon Marty claims he's recently seen. No drawn portrait. Lucy doesn't need a drawn portrait to kick our asses, okay? Well, I need to close the shop. It was nice catching up with you. I'll see you later. Hey, do we think that Lucy is the one who dumped Michelle? Do we think that maybe it's Lucy who did that? That was so awkward. At least my workday is over. Time to lock up. Oh! Y'all see that? There's a critter with a tail over there. Oh, because she has the third eye now. Ha ha! Okay, well first let's You've reached the operator. How can I help? Sure thing, sweetness. Hello? Hello, Michelle. Are you ready to start your grand adventure? Do I have a choice? Of course not. Don't worry, I'll be keeping track of how it's going. We'll make a great team. You'll be the one out there on the battlefield, and I'll be sitting in the comfort of my room, taking notes. Depending on how well you do, I'll report back to your ex. I think she'd like to know how you're doing. My ex? How do you know about her? Who is this? You'll know once the time is right, if the time is ever right. What would you like to do? I'd like to hang up, actually. You should not just know my ex's number like that. Okay. Naturally, this game especially, I want to explore all my avenues. So I'm not going to interact with the obviously supernatural, because that will clearly progress the story. So I'm gonna interact with the mundane first and then the supernatural. But let's, which means I should probably start over here. Okay, that goes home. Construction's on. There's Lucy. Lucy is not fucking interested. Whoa, shit. Ugh. What are you doing? You don't have time to go after some guy for a couple of quid he owes you. Is this the reason you wanted to keep the bar closed today? Quid, huh? Is this a British game? Shut up. I have a reputation to uphold. People need to learn, Clarissa. No one steals from the king. I swear, you're the reason everything is headed downhill in this town. OMG, quid, it's literally me. I'll find a way to run the bar without you getting in the way. Yeah, you go ahead and try. You won't get far. No one takes down the king. Cerberus. Yes, sir. Take him to the kitchen. He's made this mistake for the last time. Remember when the Quid totally beefed it? I remember the hit Netflix show Quid Game. Sir! Ugh, this is such a waste of time. I'm out of here. Hey, Michelle. I was trying to ignore you in the hopes you'd walk away, but you're still here. What's all this about a kitchen? Stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, yeah? I don't ask you what your personal affairs. Daryl's gonna eat him. I hope so. Daryl needs something to give him a little more hotness points. It's hard to ignore what's going on when you handle your business out on the street. Yeah, well, this street belongs to me. My street, my business. Got it. Are we done here? Before we ask him anything, we gotta fucking go to break mode because an ad break is starting, according to OBS, in 15 seconds. So, I'll see you guys then. All right, all right. Welcome back from ad break. Thank you so much for supporting me and my evil endeavors by watching commercials as if they think they could sell you something. Okay. Here we go. About my nightmare. Since I didn't listen to Daryl yesterday about his whole proposal shit, he's not gonna listen to me. You had a bad dream? Boo-hoo, poor baby. You were in it. Yeah, of course I was. I'm the toughest guy around. Wouldn't be a proper nightmare without me. Such a slut, Daryl. You do an awful lot of posturing. Shut up. Are we done here? Why is the bar closed? I gotta work at my other job. What's the matter to you? You have a second job? Yeah, and it's a damn good one too. Couldn't imagine working in two places at once. I hate working even at one place. What can I say? I'm hard at work entrepreneur. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I got great pay, amazing perks, everything. If I can make this and the bar work, me and Oakley will be set for life. Are we done here? I'm out. It's always a smart move to keep your nose out of other people's lives. Daryl on the grind set. For real, he's on that Sigma grind set. Daryl is so senseless in his approach to everything. His obsession with money and power is what drives his decision-making, and the results are always terrible. I had so many fans looking forward to my new dance tonight. They took time off, especially just to watch me. That man doesn't understand how important my work is. You know what it's like. Your boss isn't any better. Imagine if we were in charge instead. Clarissa's got it. At least when it comes to bosses sucking. Look how detailed this game is. I can first person and see in here. She has the rave pacifier. That's correct. Let's get a proper scope on Clarissa, actually. What a design. Girly is killing it. Scope this. Fucking rules, dude. And how about this whore, since we're giving everyone the scope? I'd bite him. That's about it. Wow. He's the third Da Vinci brother. He looks like a Saints Row character. Hey, this man has two jobs. We don't need to be. Which part are you biting, Dove? The neck and shoulders, obviously. Where vampires do biting. What are you, stupid? That is foul. Yeah, kind of brutal. Michelle, my darling. Are you staying out of trouble? You're looking a little disheveled. And what an awful bruise on your forehead. Do you need a plaster? No, thank you. I'm okay. I had a bad dream last night and bumped my head, that's all. The magic of youth shall heal that up in no time. Things have been a bit scary as of late, but I believe you should still go and enjoy the night of excitement. You've got so much life left in you. Don't let your time be stolen by fear. I'll keep that in mind. Do you want to take a look at today's headlines? Aw, someone actually nice to Michelle. Thank fuck. Well, I mean, Robin is too. Gotta recalibrate the rig. Hold on. Excellent. Missing persons continue to baffle. The uptick in missing persons cases has created panic for locals as the police fail to effectively tackle the issue. When questioned during their latest press conference, the police made a few comments. While some have reduced their time outside, many people are continuing life as normal. Others, unfortunately, have turned to violence as they lash out against the pressures of an uncertain future. Reports on violent crime have spiked, with some incidents being too gruesome to cover. Companies that can afford it are taking matters into their own hands by adding state-of-the-art security to ensure the safety of their customers and keep their shops open for business. That's an old-timey news person, but let's get a fresh one for the next one. Disgraced millionaire's memoir. Controversy continues to surround the ongoing story of the disgraced entrepreneur well after their disappearance. The memoir of the missing multimillionaire has been released by their most immediate family members. The book debuted to harsh criticism online, with some stating that this was another method by which the wealthy family profits from tragedy. There are also claims that the book does not paint an honest picture of the world-renowned businesswoman. The millionaire is presumed dead after a rumored incident in an underground station in London. Authorities remain tight-lipped, with no details being released about the incident. The family have been reclusive, but have issued a public statement regarding the harsh feedback of the book since its publication. We do not believe there is any evidence to support the serious claims of violence and misbehavior attributed to our loved one, and feel our family is being harassed on false allegations. That was a fresh newscaster. What's the third sort of... Okay, the third sort of like news report voice I can think of is like a drama YouTuber. Demonology 101 class. Looking for answers during these difficult times? Join my class, Demonology 101, to get a deeper understanding of the world around us. We are a friendly group and we welcome anyone. Serious inquiries only. Marty. Oh my god, that was Marty! Hi, Marty! Ah. Never mind. Take care of yourself, my darling Michelle. Yeah, that dude needs to relax. You've reached the operator. How can I help? We're gonna save. I love that save demon. Hey, save game demon, are you available on Thursday when I'm available on Thursday? We can go in the building! Oh, but this has more third eye bullshit. I'm kind of trying to avoid that. We'll come back, we'll come back, we'll come back. I didn't expect us to be able to go in. Huh. There's no way going back in there before my next shift. Okay, we work there. Let's go in culture shock. He's spending Thursday with me, Dove. Find another day. Ah! We'll share, Anshin, we'll share. And by share, I mean you can watch. Oh, this place rules. A replica from the okay. God. Automod censored the word cuck? Crazy. Unacceptable. Allow. A replica of the kaiju from the classic game Love and Fighting. Listen to these jams, gamers. Music is the only thing keeping me sane. I have to use it to drive out the deafening silence. Music and Marty. If only he would notice me. Marty's cute, but only in the way that I would grind him into a paste. It's a life-size figure from one of Marty's favorite retro games, Wave Machine. Marty's recognized this section again. He can't reorganize this section again. He can't decide whether to organize by genre, subgenre, or sub-subgenre. Wow. Wobble time. The Wobble Men. So fucking good. There's so much to see, so much to drink in. Trendy lady. Life is so short and fleeting. I've stopped caring about saving and just treat myself to whatever I want now. I'll buy an album for any reason, even if it's just for the pretty cover art. I wish Daryl's bar was open. I'd rather spend my time there. Okay, I'm down. I'll take the cook chair. Good. Good boy. Flying with the fishes. Ooh. This is just HMV Glasgow. It's a life-size figure from one of Marty's favorite retro games, Wave Machine. Okay, there are a few of those. By the way, Dove, I loved you playing Wobble Dogs, so I played it on stream and I had such a blast. It was fantastic. Thanks a lot. Wobble Dogs is a blast on Shin. I wish I could have seen you play it. Everyone's depressed, confused, and needs a pub. Definitely. I had no idea you were playing Wobble Dogs actually on Shin. I would love to be informed next time so I could help you name a beast. Hey, Michelle, how's it hanging? It's hanging pretty low right now. Have you seen Robin? Something's wrong. Whoa. What do you mean? What happened to your head? Oh, yeah. Hey, right off the bat, you know what this is? You know what this is? Robin wears that conspicuous hat that covers their forehead. I bet they already have a third eye. That's my prediction. Oh yeah, I was talking to Lucy about my dream earlier. Lucy. I don't like Lucy. Yeah, you definitely made that clear before. Michelle, remember that time they got in that fight and... Quiet, Marty. Tell me about your dream, Michelle. What happened? Yeah, Robin knows what's up. There was something in my room and then this thing on my face? A weird door and some giant egg-looking baby. It was one weird dream after another. I must have hit my head. I have the worst headache and this terrible cut. I hope it doesn't scar. This sounds like something straight from my Demonology 101 course. It always starts with a dream. Amazingly, seriously bad juju. This has to do with demons. I just know it. I can sense these things. I love this archetype of extremely silly trans mask. It was... I get it. You can stop. That cut on your head does look pretty serious. You should lie low for a bit. Yeah, I was gonna call the doctor about... No. I know a guy. He specializes in this sort of thing. I've got something I need to do real quick, then I'll take you to see him. Just stay here. I won't be gone long. Wait, you're not breaking into the underground station now, are you? Dude, you told me you'd take me. Quiet, Marty. Both of you stay put and don't even dare to think about following me either. Whatever, just make sure you share your findings with me, okay? Got it. I'm staying put right now. By staying put, I mean I gotta look at these things. These floaty things. Egg-looking baby was a really good way to refer to that dream demon. Okay. Yeah. So can I walk past this and not trigger it? Yes, I can. Violet's #1 customer. Oakley has some serious competition now that Violet has arrived with these incredible cookies. If they're not careful, Oakley will be the one in the kiosk, and Violet will be the one in the diner. I'm also looking baby TBH. Hard boils you. Hello again, darling. Here to buy one of my scrumptious cookies or pain au chocolat? Oh, sorry, I can't afford them right now. What a shame. I'll be here all week. Maybe you can buy one another time. Crack me open and have a Dove lunch. That's so correct. Okay, change shot. Stacy runs it. We haven't met a Stacy yet. Who are you? I hate doing this route. Whenever I come to this post box, I get the worst chill down my spine, like something is breathing down my neck. If they stick me on this route again, I'll quit. Creature? There is some kind of light here. I can't make out its shape too well. Maybe I have a migraine. I like this dog. Feels cold when I stand right here. Oh, hold on. Do you... I can make this out. Yeah, that's a mouth. That's a mouth with a goat. The dog is also a postman. Yeah, dogs can have jobs. I get it. Michelle can glimpse into the fucking sub-reality, into subspace, if you will. And these are the denizens. This is like a type of a throne. Yeah, that must be a fallen throne. An ophonym, if you want to use the more hoity-toity name. Okay. More exploring to do. I don't have to go to the toilet right now. If this is her subspace, I don't want to see her dom space. I do. This is Oakley's storage room. I have no reason to go in here. Okay, cool. Oakley's pet fish. Keeps an assortment of spiritual rocks in the tank to keep them happy. Everyone's eyes are glued to the TV. What's on the TV? It's another episode of Dying Petals. Epiphany Oxblood. We're done here. I hope, for your sake, that life treats you delicately. Now that I know it's a TV show, I want to, like, really dramatize the delivery. Epiphany, wait! She can't leave me here, can she? What do I do now? Michelle, I didn't realize you came in. I'll turn this off. No! Not my stories! Not my soaps! I'm so sorry, baby girl. That show must be hard for you to watch with her in it. Oh no! Michelle's ex is one of the fucking actors! Oh no! Wow! That's so much. Oh, the drama is real. I'm surprised it didn't sense you right away. You're giving off a powerful aura today, an energy like I've never seen before. Really? Something seems different about you too. You look more stressed than usual. That's because I am. Daryl's delivery is late again. All I have are eggs, so half of my menu is unavailable. You think I, of all people, would get some special treatment. This new job he has for some big hotshot was meant to be an excellent supplier, but all I see are late shipments and his bar being closed half the time. It looked like he was beating up some poor guy outside. Are you sure he's right for you? Yeah, he's not the kind of guy I can take home to mom and dad. Not yet, he still needs a little work. I keep forgetting this game's fucking British. Yeah, he's not the kind of guy I can take home to mum and dad. Not yet. He still needs a little work in it. There we go. I've got the British out of my system. Speaking of which, if you see Daryl again, can you send him here to talk to me? Are Dale and Oakley, you know. Oh, explicitly. You missed it, Aspen, but Daryl keeps on proposing marriage and getting turned down but not dumped. I'd get him myself, but I'm busy in the kitchen. I really appreciate it. There's a strange moving light. Am I seeing things? Is this how eating works? In subspace? In subspace, yeah, actually. That's a stupid question. That's a dumb question. That's how all subs eat. That's Johnny Magnus Archives right there. When you don't have hands, yeah. Hey, I've seen people without hands eat. And they do it in cool ways. Delivery girl. Takeaway deliveries have become popular now that people are opting to stay home more often. The erratic supply shipments from Daryl makes it a struggle to fulfill all of our orders. Don't be rude. She can't pick up a fork. She's incorporeal. I've seen people without hands eat. Like there's that one dude who like was born without hands and he can like pick up a fork with his toes and it's so fucking cool. Hey, you know what's great is that that's real, that's corporeal food. How did you order? How did you place an order, girly? God, this game fucking rules. She just wants to sniff it. Just wants a little sniff. Okay. I want to see if I can maybe go in here. I'm not ready for bed yet. Okay. Oh shit. Well, we gotta go in there. Someone's forced their way into the station. Marty mentioned Robin was interested in breaking in. Maybe I should go after them. Let's fucking go. We must follow the cinders of hellfire to find the truth. It's really dark in here. I can barely make anything out. Ouch. My headache is getting worse. She's gonna start seeing with her third eye. What's happening? Station feels odd. Or is it me? I hope I'm not falling ill. No name, no story. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. This is giving me some really good Silent Hill 3 flashbacks. Maybe I'll play that on stream at some point. Ticket machines aren't working. Hold on. That's Robin. That's Robin, and Robin has horns. Robin has horns and a tail and is showing ass. Can you see this too, chat? Wow, this is the most they-them experience I've ever witnessed. Just letting it hang for real. God, that's so powerful. I don't feel safe here. You reached the operator, how can I help? Hey, yeah, can you tell me why Robin just fucking went full ham? It might seem scary, but you're definitely going the right way. Where? Into the darkness. You've got business to settle with the underworld now. No, I don't? Yes, you do. What would you like to do? I'd like to save, I guess. These people look frozen in place. Am I still dreaming? Okay, I want the item that they're holding, but touch that tail or refund the game. All right, Eva. I see you have priorities in place. Michelle, you're not meant to be here. I told you to stay with Marty. You left so mysteriously with all this weird vagueness. Why are you being so secretive? Is there some club scene down here I'm not aware of? What are you wearing? My handy investigation outfit. Now take a couple of deep breaths. You're not gonna like what you hear next. Slipping between the gaps and tears of reality into the demon world isn't easy. You've been cursed, Michelle. And it looks bad. A curse? This has to be another dream. I must have passed out at Marty's shop. That place does have poor ventilation. This is very real. You are not dreaming, and we gotta figure out what's going on. Wherever Daryl hangs around, there's bound to be some bad shit happening. That must be the reason he was skulking outside your room late last night. That thing in my room was Daryl? Definitely not. That mark left on you looks like it came from a powerful demon. Daryl's just a dumbass just a dumbass human, but I know he's got something to do with this. You've got one advantage, which is me. Yours truly. You'd be dead in minutes otherwise. Those gaps and tears in reality must be huge in order for your giant head to fit through. Yep, but also shut up. Your real advantage is what's been carved into your forehead. It looks like a third eye. It'll let you experience things humans normally can't. It looks like Daryl made a terrible deal, definitely. I'm so in love with Robin, it's not even funny. I don't need a guardian angel if I can have this guardian devil. Oh man, my chat's down bad for the they, them here. Let's see what it can do. Go give it a shot. Oh! That's snap! That's so good. And just look at that. See how it changes Robin's whole shit? God, this rules. Fucking Christ. Wow, this game is savage as hell. Hi, Sesu. Welcome to Sorry We're Closed. Perhaps the best game of all time. Sesu, look at this character's design. Their name is Robin with a Y. Need I say more? Right? Anyway, it looks like an ad break is starting. We'll come back to Thirst about this in a minute. All right, welcome back from Ad Hell. Let's continue to admire character design as a team. So fucking cool. If it is absolutely true that a lot of demons I know will use their powers to pretend to be wearing pants when they need to go to the store. All right, let's figure this out. Oh, Jenny, you look cool as hell. Huh, I haven't gotten any ads the past 2 breaks. My devotion's paying off. Strange. I hope they don't kick in just for you after I'm done being in break mode. Give it to me! Your money! Give me everything you have now! Please don't hurt me. Take whatever you want. I just want to go home. Ooh! Get his ass, Jenny! Looks like they're setting off a boss for this dungeon. Money. Money solves everything. I can fix whatever I want with money. All right, right off the bat. Right off the bat. Here's what we need. Here's what I'm saying. Maybe it's just the fact that I've been playing a lot of Overlord recently. I didn't get ads either. Really? I wonder what's going on. Maybe it's just because I'm been playing Overlord recently, but oh, actually, I think I know what's going on with OBS. Okay. Jenny here is a character we've only just met, we've only bumped into in this dungeon. That is the first dungeon in the game, and I know this game has like combat and stuff. At least some level of combat, and she's talking about money on my motherfucking mind, and instantly I'm like, we're gonna bump into a boss, or at least a dungeon ruler associated with each of the 7 sins, and Jenny is greed. I don't get ads because I live in Russia. Oh, wow. I didn't know they hadn't invented Russia over there. Sorry. No, fuck it. That's correct. They didn't invent Russia in Russia. They don't have that. I'm sticking to it. I misspoke and now I'm digging my heels in. In Russia, they don't have Russia. They don't have it there. All they have is borscht and lies. Who needs love? I'll just buy my way out of this curse. Yeah, curse. See, Jenny's got a slit for a third eye right there. Exponential growth. Maximize profits. Starts eating money. I gotta find more and more investors. Okay, the first boss is a girl boss. What the hell was that? We witnessed a strong memory left behind here. She had the same curse as you by the looks of it. We should follow her. The murder woman? The killer? Follow the murderer? Or we can wait here to be eaten by something less human. Our odds are better if we find a way to move forward. It was just an echo of the past. She can't hurt us. An axe. It's gonna be useful. Yeah. Oh. Whoa, wow. Look at this kick-ass axe. Do you see this shit? God, it's so cool. So, it's one thing I'll note is that, you can't move and aim at the same time. Nor can you swing and aim at the same time. You gotta aim and attack. Okay, so attacking must be done while holding still. Okay. Okay. Oh, fun little comic book impact visuals. Okay, gotta... Okay, Curly's got more range. I'll go on ahead, but I can't guarantee I'll leave a safe path behind. This reality is a tad more dangerous than the one you're used to. It's likely you'll come across some unfriendly creatures. If a demon notices you, you'll have to decide to run or fight. Listen, if your third eye is open when a demon approaches you, you'll only be able to attack its heart. If that proves to be tricky, you should close your third eye to strike them anywhere. Keep your wits about you till we bump into each other again. That's a fun mechanic. This is some Silent Hill shit. Do you see this? This is Silent Hill. You can't hit these brambles. These thorns, these spikes. Why would something like this be here? Well, there's nothing inside it. Alright, fine. Huh. Oh shit, okay. Got a water bottle. A water bottle! Water gives the gift of life and can restore my health. I better hold on to this. So you kind of have to just Binding of Isaac your way through the spikes. And then... Oh wait. Would the spikes have been gone if I had third-eyed? They would have. Alright, cool. This is so fucking cool. Oh, what's up, freak? Idiot! That rat was enormous. How did it grow so large? Ooh! Look at this shit! This is Silent Hill 3, this is Psychopomp, this is Persona 5. God, this is good. The visual commitment. Oh, there's a freak through there. Yeah, those are rats. Those are standard rats. Sesu, that's what a rat looks like. In case you weren't aware. You ever been in New York? That's what a rat looks like in New York. Okay, so crawl under is my situation there. I love how we're all referencing different things that design its locations after character stuff. That is so true, actually. There's something to say about video games that lean so hard into artistic liberty and have a fixation on psychosexual environments. Which is to say, they rule. I like the idea that there are still ads in hell. Luggage and safes. Idiot! To me, this is Cry of Fear. To Dove at Silent Hill. To Mir, it's Persona. It's cool to see. Yeah, it's fucking banger. I tried playing Cry of Fear, but the fucking a puzzle very early on was far too frustrating for me. Operator? Can you help me out of here? I'm not sure how much more of this place I can take. No can do, sorry. You'll have to find your own way out. Things look like they're really starting to get fun. Is that some sort of joke to you? Of course it is, Michelle. In fact, you are a joke to me. The whole concept of who you are and how you are. You make for great entertainment. Good luck out there. All my bets are on you. What would you like to do? I'm gonna hang up after you said that shit to me. Ooh. This shit rules so hard. All right, come here, idiot. Oh, that's fun. You can stun them with a third eye snap. There's a shiny artifact here. Statue of Mercy. Did I hold on to... I did. I do. Upgrades too, okay. Devil's Maw, that's the axe's name. So that's cool. That's interesting. This exists in all reality. What's up, asshole? Idiot. Eh. I'm really glad I'm watching you play this. I was worried about combat from the trailer, but it was looking manageable so far. So yeah, this is the first combat we've had so far. I'm liking this system of oh, Hound, good. It's good for you to arrive actually right now, Hound, because the combat system in Sorry We're Closed is turning out to be pretty interesting. So notes about combat and how it works. You cannot attack while you are moving. In order to attack, you must enter a no movement allowed first person mode and then attack. But you got a complete 360 degree swivel with your mouse, and a click to attack and a nice little reticle. And if normally a demon will come up, and if you hit them, they'll take damage. Nice and simple. But if you have your third eye on, you'll see their heart, which is a smaller target, but it will take more damage. And if you manage to activate your third eye and hit them with a little wave that it appears with, you get a brief stun. So that's nice. So far it's fun. Nice and simple. Unequipped weapon. Keep your distance. I won't let you get rid of me so easily with that axe of yours. Massive eyesore? What a great name for a character. I can't let you pass through here. Why stop me? What's in it for you? I'm saving us all the pain and heartache of a most hilariously anticlimactic attempt to escape your fate. Do us all a favor and simply accept the curse. I hardly understand why you've been chosen. You are not particularly special. Do I need to be special? One would hope so. Why in any realm you would be chosen is beyond me. What else can you see about me? Not a whole lot more, to be honest, as my sight isn't so great. You start to get a bit fuzzy around the edges a few feet away. Thankfully, you're no threat by that point. Anywho, I won't depart. I literally can't move from this place. Look at me, for God's sake. Unmovable. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. There's a force keeping me from getting close to the door. The no movement first person lock into attack mode is kind of like classic Resi, but from a different perspective. Hey, it reminds me a lot of Psychopomp, frankly. Oh, that's so good, guys. You see this? You put your axe away, the eye opens. And you pick it up and it closes. If the eye is open, then so will the fucking picture be. And if the eye is closed, then so will the fucking picture be. God, that's so good. The money looks real, but it feels like liquid when I touch it. Okay, there's something heavy in there. Gotta love a horror game bathroom. I love me a horror game bathroom. Delicious water. Hello? Are you okay in there? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything for days. My cravings. I need to satisfy my cravings. Well, what are you craving? It's really specific stuff, so don't laugh at me, okay? Fine, dude. I have a craving for something old. Old? Yeah, like has been sitting around and open getting tastier. Also want, if it's not too much to ask, something cold. Cold? Yeah, an icy snack, hard as rock. And one last thing, I want something dehydrated, dry to the bone. Dehydrated? Yeah, like it will snap when you bite it. Dry and crackly like little twigs. Alright, cool. Yeah, this feels like a possible step in PS1 horror evolution, and I love it. So far, incredible. So much money. Yeah. Ms. Moneybags is doing murders. Does it have to be old, cold, and dry? Or are we looking for 3 different snacks? I think we're looking for 3 different snacks. Because bro's saying something and something and something. Give this creature soul beef jerky, it'll blow its mind. Yeah, 3 beef jerkies. Hound, check out the fucking hot demon on the save menu. Look at this whore. 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 The choker, wow, that's what I'm saying. Oh, hey. Doors won't open. But there's something in there. There's something in there that I want. Don't you get it? There's something in there. Something in there that I want. Do you see that? I want it, I want the thing that's in there. I need to steal his loot guide for real. There's no way I can get down there. Is there? Alright, didn't think so. Also, you can't sprint. Is it Robin on the save screen? That's a good question. We'll have to check out Robin again when we next see them. In which case it would be a steal their look guide hound. It might be an NPC that we've met. Hard to tell because of the style, the pop art kind of look of the screen. There's sounds of moving furniture behind the door. Yeah, let's get in there. Oh, there's Robin. Okay. Robin, why'd you leave me so far behind? To get my setup ready in time. I realized you wouldn't make it very far without a little extra help. Hey, that's my lunch. Looks very moldy, Robin. I wouldn't eat it. Good thing it isn't yours then. If you really want it, I'll give it to you when we're done training. Okay, we get the old sandwich after we've done this. That's a gun. That's a hot little gun. That's a sexy little slutty little gun. Didn't you see my gift on the table? Okay, they want me to pick up the gun. You sure I can have it? I'm only lending it to you. It's my handy companion, Hellhound. Thanks, but what is it exactly? A gun? Sorta? Ready for some practice? Show me what you've got. Show me what you've got! Okay. So R is reload. Okay, now let's go over here. Alright, so we do need to collect ammo, so already I see myself being more of an axe user. Right, okay, we got hotkeys. God, I want a dog-themed gun. Hey, hey. I'm pretty sure this game might get merch. The enemies remind me of the little sperm guys that my girl Heather had to deal with. Hey, I've been dropping Silent Hill 3 references this whole time. Beautiful. Now let me show you a little trick. Open your third eye near that target. Hey, I just learned how to do this. This little heart is the enemy's weak point. Shoot it to deal more damage and save yourself some ammo while you're at it. Have a try. Elegant. When your third eye is open, you can only attack enemies inside its area of effect, and you can only hit their weak points. Alright, now we're going to fire at a distance. To shoot targets at longer range, you have to close your third eye so your bullets don't dissipate on the veil between worlds. That's a great way to, like, describe that mechanic. Did you hear that reload noise? Do it again. Oh, I can't. Remember, if your third eye is open, you can only shoot inside its area of effect. Want to shoot something further away, you have to close your third eye. They're really hammering that point home. I bet it didn't do well in testing. Do me a favor and finish these last targets off for me. All this teaching is making me tired. Remember to leave me your sandwich. Guys, listen to this reload noise. Ah? The growl? Wonderful. You're a true natural. Did you notice the power for the train at the platform is out? If only you can find a way to get your power back on, I'd advise using the train. That would be the safest way to move forward. You don't want to come with me? Wouldn't we be safer together? I've had my eye out for something special, and after years of searching for it, I've got a hint of where it is, in this very room. I want to have another look and be certain there's nothing else here. You go on ahead. Hellhound will help you out. Like I promised, you can have my lunch. You want it? This is so gross. Nice work. You're ready to set off on your own. Try to restore power for the train. Okay. Every time you say hellhound, my neurons think you're addressing me. You're not a hellhound, you're just a dog. Don't be so full of yourself. Hey, dude. I keep on wanting to press the third eye button for interact. Okay, yeah, I need to use my inventory. Is this for me? It's for me? Nice old food? Oh, wow. This is the perfect snack. Incredible, I've never seen anything so delicious in my life. I've only had access to disgusting water in this place. This septic waste keeps making me sick. If only I had an ability like yours, but even then, food is my ultimate desire. Here, have a tip. I got one Yowzas! Yowza! If you find the very things I crave, you'll be rewarded for hard work. It's the least I could do. Please, please, the hunger continues. Why would they choose to make the currency Yowzas? Idiot. Okay, we're in like a storage room of some kind. Okay. Alright, alright. Ooh. What is that? This dude's dragging a knife. You see this shit? You see this shit? He's doing the pyramid head, but he's a twink. Ah, damn, rock solid. Ah, I can open it here. Pyramid twink. That's correct. God, that's such good framing. Well, that's a rat, and I can handle that with an axe. What's up, idiot? Haha! That's cool. This is the first time they introduced like these sequential body combos. A painting of a woman. She is well dressed. God. This is so Silent Hill 3. It's getting me fucking rabid and wet and... This computer is asking for a user ID, but there's no way to enter it. Okay, I need to get a keyboard. We gotta keep our eyes out for a keyboard. Looks like it's time for another ad break, so I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hi, welcome back. And dare I say, thank you for subscribing, Last Hound of Tarvos. I have finally gotten my hands in your filthy little wallet. Also, a loving farewell to Eva. Now I have Anshin all to myself. Get him, chat. Everyone pounce. Get him. This game so far absolutely fucking rules. I am full up on healing items. That's right. So we determined we're looking out for a keyboard. I put a mousetrap in my wallet. Enjoy your finger getting got. Is what I would say if your trap had fucking got me, dumbass. Don't you know I'm immune to mouse traps? Okay, we need to handle Pyramid Twink. You wasted a feat on that? I'll have you know, mousetraps happen all the time. What's up, idiot? Okay, so we can officially power skill Dove above a mouse. Hey, listen, mice, nothing to sneeze at. You seen Mousetrap? Oh, he's just unconscious. I can't finish the job, can I? Can I? All right, fine. I have a different solution here. Woo! Third eye refuses to open. Can't handle an area transition, can you, idiot? Fucking moron. Oof. Pension pocketer. More jobs lost as the lucrative... Sorry. This is a news article, so I need to go back to my news article voice. More jobs lost as the lucrative entrepreneur Jenny pockets employee pensions for her personal gain. The company, now filing for bankruptcy, has suddenly closed all of its facilities without having warned employees. There have been rumors surrounding Jenny and her recent behavior as she leaves a trail of companies bled dry of funds. Is she planning to flee the country with her wealth due to the new tax laws? Or has our wealthiest bachelorette on the market finally found someone to spend her money on? Questions remain about her sudden change in personality. All right, Jenny. Yeah, so do we think this is Robin? I'm still one way or another. I hope it's not Robin so I can thirst. Jenny the Mononymous. Yeah. The billionaire Jenny. You know the billionaire Jenny. There's a staff ID card here. There's a user ID printed on the back, might be useful. Okay, cool. So that might be how we get to the computer instead of save screen. Bad bitch lacks the septum piercing. Thank you, Hound, for making my life easy. Do we know who this belongs to? This belongs to an underground station staff member. The user ID is printed on the back. Okay, it doesn't matter. I do have one Yowza still. That's important. Won't budge. That door's the same in both worlds. Is that a door too? No, it's not. This display has a strong smell. Staff workstation, don't see anything of importance. Alright. Same thing. don't seem important. God, what a cool ass game. Supply cabinet, sturdy lock on the door. Might be able to pick it open if I find something suitable. What do you mean pick it open? Just fucking hit it. Oh, fine. I don't have anything inventory wise. No, okay. So we need to find a way to pick a lock. Roach! Idiot. Okay. Our twink pyramid head is back up. Let's just do a little quick save since I've got a new item. This one. Whoop! Haha. Woof. Haha. Close one, but I got it. Woo. Woo. All right, this isn't going well for me. Let's back out. Oh, that little perfect splash was so nice. Oop. A pickled cucumber, which is just a pickle. This is the cold food I think that bro wanted. There's a note here. Notice all staff, please be advised. Someone has been attacking staff and passengers. Please remain alert at all times and check the company message board for further details with regard to the ongoing situation. Alright, alright, alright. Can't carry more water bottles? Well, I might as well pound one. Oh, hi, dead guy. Holding a bloodied screwdriver. That's for picking the lock. I need to open this. Is this just a character, a little environment design moment here? I think so. Okay, okay. Cool, cool. Oh shit, he can come through. Fuck. I thought I had his ass. Hey, this is a nice death screen. You see this shit? Bruh. Yeah, I thought I was being so clever turning off my third eye to block him off. Can you die more often, please? This is a reward. This is a reward for dying. Twink on twink violence. Hate to see it unless they're oiled. Hey, this game's got some real good energy from you, chat. Oh, that's nice. Whoop. Damn it. All right, all right. All right. Hardly great, but we got it. Fuck. All right, fine. Oh, water doesn't even heal you that much. All right. Gifting subs? What are you doing, babe? thank you for gifting subs and giving me money, I guess. Shiny artifact here. Mine. Ancient Halo. Congrats on the gifted sub, Mir. I hope you use it to use my funny emotes that you now have access to. Okay. Haha, there he is. 2, 1, 1. Okay. God, I'm collecting patches like a Pokemon. All right, we can use the screwdriver here, I think. I could try to pick the lock. Yeah. You can always pick a lock with a screwdriver. So I did need a keyboard. Though I forget the specific room I needed it in. Oh wait, I remember. Hold on, I remember. Moron. Don't waggle the Xenos butt in front of my fireball. Don't make me toast his buns. All right, here. That's better. Power has been restored. The train should be running again now. Excellent. Oh, and it gave me a little save right here. Ooh, they tried to punk my ass with that one. The gate is welded shut. Oh, hey, Robin. What's good? Nice job restoring the power. The train should help us cover some distance. Us, you're coming too? Yep. I didn't find what I was looking for, but I found something worthwhile. Just as well. You'll need it. I'll go ahead and open up the train. See you on board, yeah? But we gotta give this old man his fucking wet pickle. His pickled cucumber. Please. Have something cold. Oh, is for me? Okay. Very sour. Ugh. Blech. Gross. Gross. Curse this crunchy pickle cucumber. Why would you eat such nonsense? How dare you? Punishment. Hey, let go. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just so hungry. Okay, so that wasn't what he wanted. We gotta keep looking for tasty foods. Something cold and something dry. I'm like, I want to give him some crunchy ice, but that's too normal. Oh, I should hit the phone while we're here. Okay. God. You know, I was expecting this to be a short game that I could knock out in like one stream, but this might be a multi-stream experience. This will be my week, I think. There's a shiny artifact here. Mine. Oh! I love the spiked seats. That's awesome. I should probably look where I'm going. Alright, fine. I'm switching to the gun. This is like an 8-hour game according to How Long to Beat, so yeah, probably your week. Awesome, perfect. Because I'm gonna be taking things nice and slow, I think. It'll be 2 or 3 streams. I stream 3 times a week, that's perfect. There. We're back in Quiet Knoll the Third. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about there. Okay. Alright, so this combat's getting a little weird. I don't dislike it yet, but... Ha. Ha. Yeah, they're hooking me up with a lot of shots so I can feel okay using the pistol. Bust it up, baby. This fucks so hard. Roach. Idiot. Okay, there's a ghost up ahead. Oh, it's Jenny. And the hottie! The hottie was here! Hello, baby. Okay. Look what I got. All of this is for you. Huh. Isn't it great? There's more where this came from. All you have to do is spare me. Please, please. Jenny. My lovely Jenny. We both know that this is not what either of us truly desire. I can feel it in your heart. You are desperately lonely, just as I am. Please look at me. Woo! Piss off! The only love I have is my love of money. I'll never look at you, no matter how many eyes you give me. Your time is up. Look at that face. Look at that face. Jenny, just fucking accept it, okay? God. Very Gaga-esque. You're so right, Hound. Jenny, if you do not look at me of your own volition, I shall take your eyes and have the pleasure of helping you to do so. No. They will be returned to you when you are ready to appreciate me. I like this fucker's style. This is how I operate. So fucking hot. Can I handle this? Very classic Steve Edward design. This fucks. Chat, I love you guys. You absolutely understand fully what this is. I've said that take your eyes line to people. You're handling this way better than I imagined. Benedict's predictions were right. Benedict? Are you seeing someone new? If half a millennia counts as new, sure. 500 years and not a peep about him? I thought I was your closest friend. This is what happened to that one healthcare guy. Exactly what happened. It's a situationship. He lives in the abandoned church. You'll get your chance to meet him. He'll fill in the blanks on how to fix your issue, as it were. I've got a general idea, but he's really good at calculating these kinds of things. Especially if you hear it from him. Whatever. We'll get to that later. First, we need to find our way out of here. And I found just the thing to help us along the way. Oh, I'd love to meet this guy. What is that? It's a heartbreaker. It's got an angelic powder. It's got an angelic power. Used to shatter the hearts of the unworthy, destroying them immediately. I could have made use of something like that years ago. Ha! Well, you have it now. The Heartbreaker allows you to build up charge when you attack a demon. Let me show you how it works. Oh shit! Shoot these targets. Each time you damage them, the Heartbreaker will gain a little charge. I'm not gonna shoot nothing. This is how I play the game. Nice. The Heartbreaker won't charge very quickly on weak demons. With stronger demons, you can combo their weak points for a bonus Heartbreaker charge. I want you to attack these targets' weak points without missing any shots. If you manage it, you'll receive a perfect combo and double the Heartbreaker charge gains on the final weak point. Oh, this is video games! This is mechanics! Amazing, you have a keen eye. The Heartbreaker is well on its way to a full charge now. This time we'll try an even stronger demon. One that even my trusty Hellhound pistol can't defeat under normal circumstances. Attack the target until the Heartbreaker is fully charged. Another perfect combo should do it. Outstanding. With the Heartbreaker fully charged, you can unleash a Heartbreak shot, the ultimate coup de grace. Take aim and defeat the target with a Heartbreak shot. Be careful though, if you miss, you'll have to charge the Heartbreaker up again. Okay, okay. So... Ooh, baby, baby! I knew you had it in you. The Heartbreaker is a powerful angelic weapon that can defeat most demons in one shot. Remember, any damage you inflict on a demon will charge the Heartbreaker. You'll charge it faster by getting perfect combos on weak points. Even with the angelic Heartbreaker, you're not invincible, Michelle. You might find that one shot doesn't always get the job done. Some demons need more of a beating. Luckily, there's nothing like that around here. Come on, there's something I want you to see in the next carriage. Why does this game rule? Okay. You should take a look for yourself. Oh! Nice. They can have them. A real entrepreneur like me can sniff out money a million miles away. That's right. Like a hungry rat seeking cheese, I'll hoard everything I find. My offers have never been turned down. Everyone has their price. Every penny counts. Every penny. I wonder what happened to Jenny in the end. Maybe she was one of those gross rats we got rid of earlier. Having that curse looks brutal. I mean, it would be brutal if you didn't have me by your side. You'll be fine, Michelle. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Benedict would never let me hear the end of it. You can confirm that yourself once we find a way out of here. Something feels off, though. We're seeing these memories from Jenny's point of view. This would mean these echoes belong to her. If the echoes are still here... I don't like the sound of that. And they forgot we were on a train from hell. What do you think it was? Dunno. Michelle, go to the back of the train. Woo! It's another chase sequence. Michelle! Whatever happens, find your way to Benedict at the church. And if there was ever a time to use the Heartbreaker, it's now. Robin! And ad break starts now. See you guys soon.
Can't help but smile every time I'm stacking it. Every once in a while I wanna freeze what's happening. But cream the most accurate acronym. Let's go down the mouth, run to death. Only one way to fulfill your wishes, so I'm at the station out of breath. One way ticket to the riches, one way ticket to the riches. Only one way to fulfill your wishes, so I'm at the station out of breath. One way ticket to the riches. Yeah. Gotta get that money, gotta get that money. Gotta get that money, get that money. Gotta get that money, get that money. Gotta get that money, get that money. I shouldn't feel this blue chasing blue. Thought if I freedom chasing you. I paid the toll, I paid the price. At this point I paid for food. I sold my soul, the debt is my life, which at this point I hate to lose. But at least I ain't the basic dude. Hey,
Lovers and gratitude represented by the queen. I will pay anything if it means I would feeding for the team. I took a nice route, but it's money that's justifying all the means. Now it's my soul that I'm bargaining for as I'm staring down my show's beam. What did you understand? Now I got nothing to lose, so I'm running, man. Just a good man. That guy's running, man. It gets out of my heart as I'm wondering. Why couldn't I use my money to solve this? There was a number for everyone's temperament. Now my suffering is the only definite. So I'm rage and my killer degenerate. That many they might decide to dissolve this. It was a lie when they said money can't buy happiness. I bought that, cured sadness, but you reinvented what madness is. Now I'm pacing through the subway station with a heart to race and look how bad this is. Guns out, this is my final battle. Either you or I will make this madness end.
it was a lie when they said money can't buy happiness. Can't help but smile every time I'm stacking it. Every once in a while I wanna freeze what's happening. But cream the most accurate acronym. Let's go down the mouth, run to death. Only one way to fulfill your wishes, so I'm at the station out of breath. One way ticket to the riches, one way ticket to the riches. Only one way to fulfill your wishes, so I'm at the station out of breath. One way ticket to the riches. Get that money.
Alright, welcome back everyone to this fucking sick jam sesh. I don't know if this is a boss fight or a chase, and I'm going to assume it's a chase and start running away first. Alright, no, it's a boss fight. Fuck you, motherfucker! Come here. Come here. Whoop. Oh, it's spawning rats. Come here. Come here. I'll fucking kill you. Woo. That's how my rats give me new rats. Exactly.
Every once in a while I wanna freeze what's happening. But cream the most accurate acronym. Go down, I'm out running death. Only one way to complete wishes, so I'm at the station out of breath. One way ticket to the riches, one way ticket to the riches.
Ah, this fucking rules.
So I'm at the station out of breath. One way ticket to the riches. Gotta get that money.
Get that money! Oh, I love having a gun. Astaroth should give me a gun. Oh, we need to check on Robin. God, that was so fucking tight. Yeah, I was about to say I think this is Money Woman. It makes sense that the boss theme was like, gotta get that money. Robin didn't deserve to go like this. What will I do without them? I don't think... Listen, Robin's too iconic of a character design. You're really going to sleep now? All right, good night, Anshin. Thank you for being our chew toy for this chat session. It's still alive is the thing. I don't think Robin is permanently gone, just because like that's such an iconic character design. And to be present for only so small of the percent of the game. I just don't think this is the last we've seen of them. I hope not. They were spunky. This was the door to my apartment last night. It's the only way to go now. Let's go. Hope we can find Benedict. I owe Robin that. Oh shit! You get a little score rank. So I could have found 3 more critters, but I did find all the artifacts. Got it. God, that's so fun. I only just noticed the shirt says fish fight. That's a great shirt. Where the hell am I this time? Michelle. It's you, it's the hottie. The antagonist who's the hottie. I haven't formally invited you yet, but I can forgive your intrusion. Have you come to declare your love to me? I am ready to accept it. There's no way in hell. My friend is dead because of you. I don't know where I am or how I got here, but I'm leaving. I never want to see you again. The pretty eyes. No one denies the Duchess. The Duchess! Wow! You can't come here without being asked and then simply leave, Michelle. It's rude. It shows no decorum, no sense of consideration. We can work on that. I have a lot of time, which gives me a lot of patience. I know multifarious methods to guide our relationship toward the right path. Hey, this is my go-to. Wait, hold on. We can't let your tantrums get out of hand. Wow. However, I don't want to cause you any permanent damage before the curse is fully set. If you wish to leave, you can enter the door I used to access your room. No, no way am I going through your creepy door. Suit yourself. I don't control you. Not yet. This place will be your home soon. You may as well familiarize yourself with it. That was great. That fucking ruled. I whip out a chainsaw for less. The Duchess is my kind of bitch. This creature looks familiar. Yeah, it's that creature that we like. Okay, yeah, we'll take one. It's that same little guy. Ooh, but we're in a nasty zone. Interesting. Door's locked. Can't get in without a key. Heart-shaped lock. Sure, you whipped out a chainsaw when I took one of your chips. That's right, and I'll do it again. It was still never returned to me, dog, and I still have your fucking leg. Okay, so a lot of these doors aren't even real. God, this is so cool, just seeing the walk down the hallway. Its destination was my belly, not my leg. Try again if you want it back. I took your leg as collateral. You misunderstand my intentions, which is probably why you're an idiot. Hello. This one. This place looks fancy, doesn't it? It's just a farce, though. Don't be fooled by the illusion. You'll be met with something that better suits you soon. That was very threatening. I love it. A new arrival? Welcome to the Duchess Hotel. You must be one of the victims. That nasty cut on your forehead gives it away immediately. It's the Duchess's signature move. That's nice. Thanks. Okay. So in that case, I want to check. What happens if I try to... No? Okay. And obviously, that's an important door. What's going on here? Ooh. There's an eye here. What's up? We meet again, wretched woman. I didn't expect to see you again. You will see me many, many more times. Forever, in fact, once your curse settles in. We will be neighbors soon. Why are you here? There's so many room doors. What are they for? Each room is where a victim lies in wait for their next visit. You're a victim too? I thought you were another demon. Quite the opposite. I was once part of a cohort of angels, an endless mission as suppressors of demonic activity. It was an awfully dull life, devoid of any senses. At least you have some sort of existence. My friend, I just saw my friend. They're gone. Get used to it. You thought the human world was cruel. Well, you'll see just how much worse things can be. How did you end up like this? I'm not capable of love. It's not part of my design. Rejection leads to torture from the Duchess as a means to try and coax love out of us. It's the same for every victim. My flesh was exposed, stretched and grafted into this room. My flesh exposed, stretched and grafted to this room was one way of trying to get me to break. No matter how hard the Duchess tries, it's not going to happen. Ugh, I love this. This game is being very forward with its themes of like toxic relationships and abuse and romance, and how they connect to this sort of like broader metaphor illustrated by heaven and hell and redemption and falling from grace. Don't be so silly. The curse will do you wonders. If there is a way to break it, I definitely don't know it, and I hope to never learn it either. How ungrateful you are. Why are you trying to stop me? In all my existence, I never felt more alive. You are like the rest of us. You might be intriguing for a few days, but eventually, the Duchess's interest in you will wane. Before you know it, you'll become part of the routine torture regime, and you'll be thankful for it. As it stands, you are getting in the way with your rebellion. I need to feel, Michelle. Don't ruin this for me. I'm out. I will see you again, wretched woman. Cool. Not interactable. Okay. So no others of these doors seem to signal that they are openable. Yeah, maybe this one? No. All right, then let's have more hotel time. Rip Unshin, he would have looked at the description. Oh, for sure. I trust Unshin to watch my VODs. He'll probably get a hold of that. Or maybe he'll play the game. Because dare I say, this fucks. Okay, okay. Nice. Whore. When men are snakes, they're also whores. I don't make the rules. Nice. Ooh, this is a design. This is interesting. Michelle, I heard about your curse, but I didn't think I'd see you here already. Do I know you? It's me, Clarissa. Girl, don't you recognize a friend when you see one? Clarissa! I had no idea. Robin, I can see as a demon, but you? I didn't think that would be your style. And you're right. I'm not a demon, I'm an angel. Don't ever associate me with Robin ever again. Yuck. Hey, don't talk about Robin like that. Robin is gone. I'm sorry, girl, I get it. This world is mean. And sadly, you'll have to get used to it too, now that you're part of it. I don't know if I ever will. Look at this place. It's infested with demons. Isn't it dangerous for an angel to be here? What are you doing here? I'm glad you asked. I thought I'd finally get rid of Daryl. You've seen Daryl's awful treatment of me. His business practices are sloppy too. It's costing me my reputation. His bar should bring in all kinds of hopeless demons for me to exterminate, but I'm starting to miss my quotas. He caught me extinguishing a demon and is threatening to kick me out of the bar. Everything that's happened to you is Daryl's fault too. He's bad for business. We need to make him pay. If we can find some way to get rid of him, I think we'd both be better off. I need a little more time to think up a plan. We'll hit him where it hurts. I'll be at the bar tomorrow. Catch up with me there if you're interested. Wow, Clarissa. That's wild. Oh, hey. These are the dudes we saw out on the street. Oh, and there's Daryl, too. Distracted? I never take my eye off the ball. I've been hard at work finding you some of the best candidates you ever had. The new girl is a surefire winner. It's not the candidates, Daryl. It's the portions for the main meals are smaller than usual. We've not had any new menu items for some time, either. The menu has become dull, Daryl. Little jester fit, OMG. Yeah, look at this little freak. This little mirror mask looking freak. There is a certain experience my fellow kinship expects when residing at the empire of the most powerful demon this side of the world. Yeah, that's right, Daryl. What does the menu have to do with me? I didn't sign up for that kind of petty work. You're right. You're my right hand, Daryl. All of my problems are yours to fix. You've been spending a lot of time in the kitchen as of late. Why not use your familiarity with it to enhance what's available? You must also fix our meat shortage. Demand for both our hotel guests and wholesale buyers are not being met. Yeah, Daryl. Why don't you go do your job right for once? Mr. J. That's where I'm sort of going right with that. But I have plans tonight. Not anymore. I expect to see something new to sample on the menu, and our kitchen to be run according to schedule by tomorrow. That's crazy. Yeah, we saw these dudes out on the street. Specifically that one, that fallen Ophanim. Well, that's Marty's admirer. Where's the buffet? I hope I'm not late. Tad! Yang mix. Okay, oh, it's a goat. Yeah, miss. I've seen you walking into Marty's shop. You must have been one of those strange ghosts I saw in town earlier. I am no ghost. Ghosts are simple beings with simple purposes and desires. No, no, no. Before you was the great traveling artifact dealer, or TAD for short. I specialize in rare and valuable items. I often trade with Marty online via electronified mail and various electronified online forums. Weren't you meant to meet up with him? I was, but alas, I forgot that Marty was not part of my realm, thus unable to recognize me face to face. I've already booked my stay at the hotel though, so I'll be around for the next few days regardless. How intriguing. If you ever pass a peculiar item of note on your travels, do bring it to me for the for I, Tad, can exchange them for appropriate values in Yowzas. Yowzas? Where have I heard that word before? From the incredible Marty, of course. His influences reach far and wide into the celestial realm. All of our currency is now based on the delightful concept of Yowzas. So one ultimate T-boy with weird swag changed the currency of the Outrealm because he was just that silly. This game is a masterpiece. You can use Yowzas to upgrade your capabilities. Artifacts for Yowzas and Yowzas for upgrades. It's simple, really. Do you have anything of note, my new friend? Well, no, let's sell. A delectable choice. Yeah, take the statue. A rare angel of hope? I'll give you 18 Yowzas for it. Wait, where's Marty? We gotta find Marty. Amazing. A wonderful item. This icon depicts an angel of love. He suffers the saddest love story of all. Your patronage is always appreciated. You can't deprive me of Marty. Marty's the cutest boy in this game. Okay, let's see. Ancient Halo. I like that they keep this on menu so I know my collection progress in the game. A rare Ancient Halo. I'll give you 13 Yowzas for it. Yeah. Amazing. Wowza, this is old. When an angel's halo is stolen, it petrifies into weak stone. It's useless, but humans believe they still bring good luck. Your patronage is always appreciated. A rare statue of mercy. 24, yep. I don't see a reason not to sell everything. T-boy with a little bit of swag busted down Yowza style. The economy will never recover. Absolutely real, Blood Orange. Dogs are loyal beyond belief. Hey, could have fooled me. Even in the afterlife, they'll seek out their companions. Your patronage is always appreciated. Last one I have, Warrior of Change. A rare warrior of change, 21. Amazing. A classic angelic warrior. These figures were popular toys when I was young. It's fucking He-Man. It's Angel He-Man. What are the upgrades? Dogs are loyal to nice boys like Marty. All right, I see. Stun time. Let's see here. Axe damage, pretty good. Hey, I'm liking the gun. Let's increase the clip. Yep. I want more. Let's see, 38 Yauzas for more clip. Or 20% for more yeah. I want more clip. Just because, like, it's really annoying to not be able to pick up more ammo. I'm down to 16 Yauzers. Healing capacity? I feel like that'll be important. Now, looking at the quantity of artifact slots, I'm beginning to think that maybe we won't be able to buy all the upgrades in the game. Maybe. There's a contraption blocking the doorway. It's real. There's a newspaper where I've never seen before. It's called the Hellfire Times. An end to suffering. As we are also familiar with, endless suffering is one of the key experiences of a demon. One of us believes they have a plan to cure it all. I've had the chance to interview with the Duchess about how we might unlock our existence as demons and find the path to healing. So, Duchess, thank you for your time, and let me start with our first question. What do you think is the answer to ending our suffering? Love. Wow. Powerful stuff. And if we're able to attain this so-called love, do you think we can all be freed from our eternal pain and regain our status in heaven? Yes. Incredible. So, what is love exactly? I am not sure. I only know that I no longer have the omnipresent love of heaven and I need a replacement. I see. Well, thank you for your time, and I hope the next time we meet you will have been successful for the sake of us all. That was a really strong line. That was a really strong line because this is reminding me of a lot of stories that like are about toxic relationships and how one looks to their partner unhealthily and expects the same love that they received from their parents as a child, unconditional and seemingly telepathic. And that expectation is cruel and unfair to put on any human. Demon in hat. Hey, there he is. Hey, they're right about that. He's in a hat. Check it out. Bam, right there. He's in a hat. Check it out. Right there. He's a demon in the hat. You see right there? In case you didn't know, they put it right there in the little box. So just to let you know he's a demon in a hat. We've only just arrived here. We've heard great things about the buffet. Hello.
Finding suitable clothes to blend in with civilized demon society was tricky. You must be the Duchess's latest object of desire. What a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure we'll become quite acquainted during your eternal stay here. How can I assist you?
What is this place?
This is the Hotel of the Duchess, one of the strongest demon empires to exist. Many of our kind come here to engage in a civilized manner, much like how things were for us disgraced ones before the Great Divide. How can I assist you?
I want to go home.
Have you tried our doorway to your personal living space?
You ought to get used to your personal doorway, as it will be the only door you'll ever use once the curse is settled. Hear me out about the receptionist. All right, Hound. You like mannequins? I'd rather not use the door while we can still avoid it.
Then I'm afraid you'll have to use our main entrance to find your own way home. How can I assist you?
About the Duchess.
The Duchess is exemplary, an inspiration to all of us disgraced from heaven. Their mission is to find love and return to good graces will pave the way for all of us desperate to reconnect with our old forms.
Okay.
I'll be seeing you.
Got it. Got it. This is fun. This is interesting. Oh shit! Cerberus is actually Cerberus. We'll be taking some time off soon. It's a great spectacle when the Duchess's newest victim is fully taken by the curse. We wouldn't want to miss it when it happens to you, babe. Hear me out, chat. Now this is what I expect you to be. Oh, I know these guys. Get them in the chat room if you know them, Hound. Get them in here. Get the whole wolf pack around. What are you doing here, dead girl? Dead girl? The one who's ended up dead is Robin. I was warned about you. I should have listened. Yeah? What are you gonna do about it? Screw you, Daryl. I'll hope karma finds your ugly ass. Who cares? At least you have friends that can die. Oakley is all I've got. If I lose him, I lose everything. I've got bigger problems than you. The Duchess has me under a microscope, and I still need to sort out something for me and Oakley's anniversary tomorrow. Piss off, will ya? His sense of, like, stakes is a little bit off-kilter, and that amuses me greatly. Oh man, more freaks to talk to. I'm excited, but an ad break is starting, according to OBS, in 3 seconds, so I'll see you after that. All right. We're back for our final stretch of gameplay before our stream ends. Let's see here. I hope that the ad breaks I only have minimal control over are creating a break pacing that is still enjoyable to you guys. God. All right. Oh shit! Look at this happy little guy. Holy fuck. Hey Temper, are you still in chat? This is for you. This is your fucking Hatzegopteryx. In a little chef hat. I have had more none ads this stream than ads. Hey, Blood Orange, maybe you are secretly subscriber. Yes, scope it, Temper. It's a fucking Hatzegopteryx in a hat. He's a little chef. The kitchen. That rules. All right, we'll talk to him. Funny as Dark Kid Demon. Ravenous Demon. The wait times have been dreadful ever since that orange human started working here. Talk about decline in service. I'll be leaving a formal complaint. Wow.
It's rude to make me wait. Why does the Duchess think they are the only demons worthy of respect?
What is that? Okay, that's just an interestingly shaped bloodstain. There's a note here advertising something. Creed's Postal Service. Need to send a message to the underworld, or even just the normal world? Postman Creed has got you covered. I don't work for free though. Find me at any post box and we can sort out your postage membership. Discounts for first-time members this week only. Creed. Yeah, Duchess is a they. Make the dishes bigger, Chef Armando. Make the food more flavorful, Chef Armando. Well, Chef Armando would if Chef Armando was given quality meats and seasonings. Chef Armando can't even get into his own kitchen. Daryl's backlog of shipments have completely cluttered the space. The energy of the kitchen is most important when creating culinary masterpieces. Chef Armando cannot work until it has been cleared. You there. Are you the latest shipment to come in? Quickly, turn around so Chef Armando can grade your quality. No thanks. You barely have anything to work with anyway. Daryl's supply continues to disappoint. This human does not understand quality food. Chef Armando has a list of underworld-class ingredients that it would be most helpful in the kitchen. Something sour and crunchy, something flaming hot and spicy, something yeasty and bubbly. These items could give the menu the rejuvenation it desperately cries out for. With these ingredients, this kitchen will be the best that the demon world has to offer. Is that what your guests actually want? It is. They simply do not know it yet. If only Chef Armando could acquire such delicate, hard-to-find ingredients. My coin purse of Yowzas would open generously for anyone who could supply my needs. So, this was the person I was supposed to give the pickle. Understood. Frankly, anyone who doesn't love them is stupid and doesn't deserve to be in the hotel. You know, that's real. That's how I treat all of my chatters. And that's why you all are allowed to be here, because you love me. Wow, this place is huge.
Please wait outside with the other guests.
I'm gonna do that after I talk to everybody, babe.
Chaos! It's all in chaos. Chef Armando has been unable to prepare the meals on time, so now everything is delayed. If we don't get these tables set quickly, our guests will attempt eating each other. I've seen it happen once before.
I love this little dude. This is a little fucking guy. Oh, hell yeah. There are various unrecognizable dishes on the table. They smell delicious. Hey, psst, you free on Sunday? Oh, good morning, Ryu. I am unfortunately never free on Sundays. It's good to see you, though. We're working hard to keep our visitors satisfied, but it's hard to keep with the lack of fresh meat coming in. Daryl's been the most frustrating human to work with. I hope he ends up like our last supplier. As supplies, probably.
Welcome, you look very fresh. We can try to find a slot for you at the buffet today, but you might have to wait until tomorrow. Damn it, fine. What about Wednesdays? Wednesdays, I can probably swing. Hold on. It depends on the time. We'll have to touch base outside of this, but I have a stream on Wednesdays that I could instead be a time slot that is devoted to whatever you think about proposing to me. That's good to see you, Ryu, by the way. How are you? Even though these dishes are covered, their delicious smell is still strong. Alright, what's this fucking jester got to say? Scram, little lady! I am practicing for my performance tomorrow. I'm sort of a big deal around here. Disturbing me during my rehearsals could ruin the entire show. Good luck. Luck? Pfft. Luck has nothing to do with it. I'm a trained entertainer. Everything you see before you is skill-based. There's a real craft required to put on a show like this. He thinks performance is deterministic. Absolutely rules. Heck yeah, I'm doing great. Just lots of planning. How about yourself? Hey, I impulsively got this game today. It's one I've been looking forward to for a while. I just forgot that it had come out. And so I'm like, fuck it, I'll play this. And it is better than I could have possibly imagined. It has skyrocketed to like my top 3 games of the year. And I've only been playing it for about 3.5 hours right now. I love shit with a lot of style. So it's just been a really fun stream so far today, and I've had a productive week otherwise. Dove is in a good mood, and that means people are not burning alive as much as normal. I'm gonna go hit a save before I head out that front door. Actually, wait, since I know I'm supposed to be looking for items. Oh, voice singing? Perfume. That's... Oh wait, no, hold on. What's that down there? What is that? What is that down there? There's some business cards with the names Tad written on them. World famous traveling artifact dealer, aka Tad. We'll trade artifacts for Yowzas. We'll trade with angels, humans, and demons alike. Many useful upgrades available of all kinds for all kinds. We like Tad. Tad's fun. Here we go. Save. Here. So I'm thinking maybe when I try to leave the hotel, I'm going to be out in the wilds and able to do some exploring out there. I should head home. Oh no, this is my... Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I'm thinking maybe we'll come back to the hotel with items in hand. The walk home is far from here. I don't think it would be safe, especially after what happened to Robin. If Robin could be taken so easily, what chances do I have? Maybe I can call a taxi to come and pick me up. You need to make a call? I can do that for you. I recognize that voice. You're the... Yo! This is the person on the save screen. This is the operator. Operator, the one I heard on the red phone. No way Robin is permadead with the way they're talking about it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is cool. This is a cool design. You're as clever as they come, Michelle. Look at that fucking art down there. Installing this into my gender immediately. Yes, please. Do you see this shit? I thought it was horny when it was in the fucking save screen, but look at the shine. Oh, that's so cool. It's dangerous out there at this time of night. You can ride with me. I'm headed where you're going. How do you know where I'm going? Because I know you, Michelle. We have a lot to catch up on. Wait. Wait. Is the operator
the demon form of Michelle's ex, the bitch who plays Epiphany Oxblood on the show. That I know you, Michelle, we have a lot to catch up on is very, oh, we used to date and you don't realize it yet. That's what that reads like to me. You want your ex back, right? I think you'll want to hear what I have to say. Let's take my car, shall we? Is it Epiphany and Canary? Oh, maybe. It's a long shot, but it would be cool as hell. They share one belly button. That's an interesting thing to notice, Hound. That says a lot about you. What do you want from me? I bet you have everyone whispering in your ear, telling you how to handle your current predicament. God, this is so fucking gender. This is LGBT at its height. You're a very special person in a very special position. That gives you options, Michelle. I love how the head that isn't speaking is looking on the phone with eyes that are horns. Like that's just a fun little fun detail to be done there. I just saw Robin mauled before my own eyes. I don't really care how special I am right now. I'm sorry for your loss, truly. But what if all of this pain could bring back the person you love the most? Okay, shit. Horns are sensory organs, remember? We don't know that in this lore, Temper. Don't get your shit mixed up. Your ex, Leslie, has left you behind, hasn't she? She's an okay actress. She's done alright snagging that role in, what's it called? Dying Petals? I can get her back for you. Her career doesn't have to go that far. I may be able to make some changes. Bro, now who won't yes and? Hey, listen, I'm trying to keep everyone involved here, Temper. Relax. All of your pain gone in the safety of her arms. I will give you the chance to defeat your pursuer, the Duchess, in a way no one else can. What? How? And why? Your act of heroism will not only save the rest of your little town friends, but also take a massive thorn out of my side. Your ex always said you were never able to grow. Now is your chance. Become the hero you were meant to be. Grow into the woman your ex can love, escape this curse, destroy the demon, and ride away with your princess. So what do you say? Want to join forces? Ooh, this is framed like an actual choice. All right, gang, how do we feel? Do we trust the operator? How do we feel? Also, I'm gonna let you talk amongst yourselves while I love this bridge. Let me Hound's on the trust side. Open your eyes. Alright, I got 2 trusts. I don't know, I really like the Duchess though. Hey, listen, I think liking the Duchess is not really something we can choose to do in this game. I think the energy in the room is we're gonna join up with Operator. The 2 beings in one could be a metaphor for a healthy relationship. Hey, that is true. Could also be a metaphor for incest. A metaphor. Wonderful, Michelle. I'll pay you a visit tomorrow and let you know what you need to do to keep your end of the bargain. I'll drop you off at the church. Since you managed to get Robin killed, you're the best person to break the news to their partner, Benedict. I'll see you around, Michelle. Aha! Lucy! It was Lucy, baby! As if incest can't be healthy. I need to stop myself after typing that. No, it can be healthy. Incest can be healthy if it makes you look like that. I want to really spotlight a single detail that I absolutely adore. Okay? And and the detail is this. The music immediately sounding like it's underwater when that illusion flipped. This game is so committed to the veil between realms, the veil between illusion and reality and dreams. It is so fixated on this that it wants to flip-flop everything. And what's great is that it's not consistent. It's not consistent. I press my third eye button and it doesn't reveal the demon world. It doesn't reveal the mortal world. It reveals whatever world you're not in, whatever world you're not looking at by default. It's sort of being about using your caution, your instincts, and your gut, and not just taking things at face value. This is a game about seeing through illusions and finding the truth about the people around you and about yourself. So strong. And it's only so strong because every single aspect of the video game commits to that imagery. God, this game fucking rules. I love Lucy. Lucy rules. This is kind of romantic. The gate is chained shut. Back from lurking. Setsu, you just missed some hardcore shit. Oh man, so much has happened. There are hotties around every corner, and fucking. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Were you planning on playing this? Maybe I won't spoil anything because the reveal actually had me shit myself. Oh, this is pretty. Look at that. That's such a great facade. Gothic windows. Okay, yeah, I think I might. Yeah, absolutely recommend this. I'm gonna use the fucking soundtrack for my D&D games. I don't give a fuck. This game is so powerful with its imagery and its themes. The entrance to the church crypt, it's sealed and I have no reason to go in there. Huh. Oh, that's great. I hope to find a phone. Candle stand, not been used for some time. There's a note here advertising something. That's the postal service ad that we've seen before elsewhere. Painting has been vandalized with the word disgraced written over it. Cool. Is it safe in the church? No, it is safe in the church. The demons can't eat me here with Benedict keeping watch. Why would anyone go outside? So spirits kind of look like the tragedians from Pathologic. Old community notice board, seen better days. There's a note on the board. Inappropriate mixing. It has come to my attention that various angels in this particular area have taken to mixing with the darkness, i.e. demons. Let me remind you that this activity is unacceptable and will result in harsh consequences. I will be around this location for the next few days to enforce due punishment to repeat offenders. Beloved. So Creed's Postal Service is really advertising around here. I feel sorry for that repenting demon. You can feel the anguish he's going through. I'm offering a prayer for him. Would you like to join me? I can feel the pain. I must endure the pain to make up for my sins. Is it working? Anything. I'll do anything to rejoin the Holy Ones. They must see my dedication. Wow. This is really compelling. The Dream Eater trash bag bird is making me think about the Executors. A little bit, huh? It's making me think of that Plato story about humans all being two people fused together and eternally seeking that. Fits a lot of the themes here. Yeah, again, the themes here are really strong and they commit to them intensely. Interesting. Oh, look at this fun little computer desk. What the hell? Hello? Are you Benedict? You're right on time. My calculations, accounting for your past behaviors, predicted that we cross paths at this point. Robin always talks about you, Michelle. I bet it's nothing good. You're a good friend to them. Better than you think. I can't be that good of a friend. I didn't know what to do. It was all so sudden. Robin was only trying to help me. Stupid curse. They only came along to help me. If I wasn't cursed, then none of this would have happened. This is all my fault. Michelle, please get up. I'm sorry, but Robin wasn't down there only to help you. So Robin died because I got in the way? Please don't be so hard on yourself. It's not what you think. They're dead. Your partner of however many years. Don't you care? Robin's not... What do we fucking tell you? We knew Robin would make a comeback. Dead? What the hell, Michelle? I'm not dead. It was not pleasant, but I did not die. Robin had too fucking badass of a character design to not come back. I joined the piss party with my subscriber powers. Welcome to the piss party, Mir. Robin, you're alive. Of course I am. Don't act so surprised. You think I would die that easily, Michelle? That would be such a rubbish way to go. No way I'd let myself have such a pathetic end. Anyway, I see you've met Benedict, the smartest angel you'll ever meet. I wasn't expecting Benedict to be an angel. How does that work between the two of you? It doesn't. Not how we wanted to, anyway. That's why I was at the station in the first place. Michelle, I've applied some of my strongest formulae to your history, and the results have been astounding. You can deeply alter the future of celestial beings, all within the next few days. Including the fate of Robin and me. I didn't want to get you involved initially, but the station has proven me wrong. You're strong, Michelle. We can use your help. For now, let's try and focus on what we need to sort out your curse. Benedict will be able to punch in some numbers and figure out how you can survive this whole ordeal. It'll take some time. You should go back home and rest. Meet me here tomorrow. I'll have the results by then. This key will open the gate to town and the churchyard. If you have any other questions, I'll be here. Look at this fucking desk! Oh my god. The little pain au chocolat and 3 cookies that they absolutely got from the fucking kiosk. little figurines. This old clunker of a computer. Oh. What if video games ruled? Video games do rule. I wish they were real. The little Godzilla. Angels would love Godzilla. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Beloved, you've become an embarrassment. Look at yourself. Your halo is in such awful condition. You won't be able to keep this up for much longer. Hey, that's the fucking boy! Shamuel. But he's the love of my life. I love him. I mean, I hate him too, but I definitely do love him. I can't abandon him, especially when he needs me the most. He's abandoned you. Hasn't he forbidden you to see him? This is the perfect chance to right your wrongs. Your exile from heaven can still be overturned. Kick your bad habits to the curb and leave him behind. You're hardly recognizable as an angel anymore. You're weak and changing too rapidly. Change? Of course he changes me. Isn't that the purpose of love? That's why I need him. If I wanted more of the same, I would keep my own company. It's not that bad. Ugh, never mind. I think I'm gonna be sick. The bastard, I miss him, I hate him. I've been sent to clean up this shithole of a town for a few days. If you can clean up your act before I leave, I'll put in a good word for you. Otherwise, what's going on here? She can see us. She must be one of the cursed humans. What a pain. Let's go before things get more complicated than they have to. Isn't change the purpose of love? Yeah, that's a fucking... that line. This game's so direct about wearing its themes on its sleeves, and I love it. Alright, we get to bail. We get to get out of here. Oh, gotta use the inventory. What? There we go. Alright, that was a little weird interaction there, but that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna hit a little save, and then we can end our stream and I'll raid into somebody. Congrats on surviving your first night. What can I do for you? Sure thing, sweetness. All right. Everyone, thank you so much for stopping in. This has been an incredible stream. Next stream, I might be continuing Overlord, or I might be getting right back into this. Who fucking knows? Let's queue up somebody to raid, huh? Idiot. Yeah, you're so happy you get to use my little emotes. Okay, let's check. Oh, come on. Who can we raid into? Who the hell am I following? Let's see here. Oh, let's raid into Aura. Let's raid into my pal Aura. Aura is so funny. You're gonna love him. He's a riot. All right, queuing it up. I'll see you guys later.